great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
This is the BusinessDay television.
Good morning and welcome to the bdtv Breakfast News. I am Deborah Eze. It's a pleasure to have you start the month with us. Now let's see what's making the headlines. First, HoldCo's half-year interest income rises to 1.44 trillion naira on high interest rates. Shell profits dips as energy prices fall. Tinubu extends custom CG tenure by 1 year. Israel bombs Syria forces entering Dusra city after sectarian clashes. Victor Osimhen arrives in Turkey to seal record 75 million euros moved to Galatasaray. Now let's begin the news in Nigeria, where First HoldCo PLC in its half-year report disclosed that its interest income surged by 51.7% to 1.44 trillion naira, up to 947.7 billion naira recorded in the same period last year. This was driven largely by high yield interest rates environment, providing a solid earning foundation for the financial services holding company. According to the holding company's financial statement, its interest expense also rose by 23% to 532.6 billion naira due to elevated funding costs tied to the tight monetary policy stance of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Despite the increased expense, net interest income improved significantly, rising by 75.7% to 904.8 billion naira, affirming interest income as the group's primary earnings engine. And moving on, British energy giant Shell has revealed that its net profit slid 23% in the first 6 months of the year, hit by lower oil and gas prices. According to the company, profit after tax dropped to $8.4 billion compared with $10.9 billion in the first half of 2024, Shell said in an earnings statement. The report revealed that the group revenue also dropped nearly 9% to $106.6 billion in the reporting period. Shell, however, pointed to lower realized liquids and gas prices, while Chief Executive Will Sawan says the company has been operating in a less favorable macro environment. Still on, the presidency has announced that President Bola Tinubu has extended the tenure of the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Customs Service, Bashir Adewale Adeniyi. According to reports, the tenure of the CG of Custom is due to expire on August 31st, 2025, as the president extended it by 1 year. The presidency, in a statement by the presidential spokesman, Bayo Ononuga, explained that the extension approved by Tinubu will enable Adeniyi consolidate ongoing reforms, completing critical initiatives of the administration. The reforms were listed to include the modernization of the Nigeria Customs Service, the implementation of the National Single Window Project, and the execution of Nigeria's obligation under the African Continental Free Trade Area Protocol. And so in the local news, former Senator representing Kogi West, Dino Melaye, has formally resigned from the People's Democratic Party, citing the party's inability to provide credible leadership and deliver good governance to Nigerians. In a resignation letter dated July 4, 2025, and addressed to the chairman of the PDP in Ward 1, Ayetoro Bede Ijumu local government area of Kogi State, Melaye announced his immediate withdrawal from all party activities. Melaye, who once served as the PDP's candidate in the 2023 Kogi State governorship election, said his decision followed deep reflection on the party's current state and trajectory. In his closing remarks, Melaye expressed gratitude for the opportunity to serve under the party's platform during his time as a member. On the foreign scene, Tanzania has barred foreign nationals from owning and operating mainly small-scale businesses, and sparking concerns and a backlash from neighboring Kenya. Reports reveal that the new directive prohibits them from 15 sectors, including mobile money transfers, toll guiding, small-scale mining, on-farm crop buying, beauty salons, courier shops, and establishing radio and TV operations. Trade Minister Selemani Jafo says that foreigners had increasingly become involved in the informal sector and areas better filled by Tanzanians. This move has generally been welcomed locally amid growing concerns that foreigners, including Chinese nationals, have been encroaching on smaller trades. Also, Prime Minister Mark Carney has revealed Canada's plans to recognize a Palestinian state in September, becoming the third G7 nation to make such an announcement in recent days. Carney says the move depended on democratic reforms, including the Palestinian Authority holding elections next year with Hamas. Israel's foreign minister, however, rejected Canada's announcement, calling it a reward for Hamas, while U.S. President Donald Trump says it will make a possible trade deal between the U.S. and Canada very hard. And now to sports. Nigerian and Napoli striker Victor Osimhen has sealed a mega money permanent transfer to Turkish giant Galatasaray in a deal worth €75 million. The 26-year-old will earn a staggering €21 million per season at the Istanbul-based club, making him one of the highest-paid players in Turkish football history. Osimhen, who spent the 2024-25 season on loan at Galatasaray, reportedly signed a 4-year contract that includes €15 million net salary, a €1 million loyalty bonus, and €5 million in image rights annually. The transfer fee will be paid €40 million upfront and the remaining €35 million by the end of 2025-2026 season. And according to reports, Napoli will receive 10% of the profits from any future sale and not the total transfer fee, as confirmed in an official statement by Galatasaray. And to end the news, Nigeria's sprint hurdler and world record holder Tobias Musa will be among female athletes required to undergo a mandatory genetic gender test under new regulation introduced by World Athletics ahead of the 2025 World Championships in Tokyo. According to the updated eligibility rules released by the global body, every athlete competing in the female category starting from September 4th, 2025 must complete a one-time genetic test to confirm their biological sex. The test is reportedly aimed at detecting the presence of the SRY gene, typically found on the Y chromosome, and will be conducted through a cheek swab or blood sample. World Athletics President Sebastian Coe defended the new policy, insisting it is necessary to maintain fairness in women's sports. And that does it this morning on BDTV Breakfast News. I am Deborah Eze. Up next is Newspaper Review. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Bodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 1st.
On this day in 1914, Germany declared war on Russia
as World War I quickly escalated. The stock market closed the day before as fears surrounding the war and its suspected escalation mounted. The market would remain closed until December 12th. And on this day in 1995, just one day after Disney agreed to buy ABC Capital Cities for $19 billion, Westinghouse agreed to buy CBS for $5.4 billion. And after the purchase by Westinghouse, the company would sell off the Westinghouse assets and become known as the CBS Corporation. 5 years later, CBS Corporation will be sold to Viacom for $35.6 billion. And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Obodna. Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show on a lovely Friday morning, 1st of August. Thank God it's Friday. Thank you for joining us on this beautiful morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and of course joining me this morning,
Onyeka Valentine.
Happy New Month.
Thank God it's Friday.
Are you feeling the Friday blues?
I am. I mean, positivity over any traffic trying to hold us down.
Yeah.
Positivity over anything that has to do with economic issues or all that, up and down issues. One positively jump into the weekend and hopefully, Nigerian GDP will rise.
Yeah, Friday feels like that. That cute auntie that comes from abroad when we're young, that you're always looking forward to, that they tell you it's coming on Christmas Day, and then so Friday feels like that day where you're waiting for that auntie. It's like, she's arriving tomorrow, and then you just want to be on your best behavior because she's bringing gifts and good vibes and all of those things. Friday is that
wash
day.
the dishes and everything.
And then Monday is that wicked auntie there.
Why is it Monday?
Yeah. Anyway, let's see what we have on the front pages this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper this morning. Exhausted, underpaid health workers near breaking point.
Right.
Says nurses said 576 naira call rate is insulting. One doctor attends to 30 to 40 patients daily.
Outrageously
Federal government engaged in talks with nurses as patients are stranded. And on page A2 says Nigerian scientists sent egusi to space in Africa first.
Worth celebrating, by the way.
Yeah, worth celebrating, but what's the idea behind it?
So, let's start with the fact that they acknowledge that it is a Nigerian staple food, melon seeds. And secondly, the fact that it's a Nigerian scientist, although he's based in the US. Is it the US? Is it the US? Wherever he's based, we're not sure yet. Wherever he's based, but the fact that it was his idea and it was pushed forward, and that actually hit outer space. That's something to look forward to really know what plan, what's the long-term plan for that, seeing that egusi seeds should get to outer space. Are they looking at it as, let's check and see if it can, strive, or what's the word if they can plant it somewhere in outer space, in a different planet or something, who knows? But the fact that it is putting us out there is a good thing.
I'm trying to read the inside story to know the idea behind sending egusi to space. Is it for them to be able to harvest egusi there, or what's
maybe
really
it has to do
idea?
with them trying to find out the temperament, if it can. I don't know what it is, I'm not a scientist, but the fact that it is drawing attention to Nigeria is not something to be happy about. Let's just see what the details is. Let's wait and see how the story gets to unfold. We see a picture of him holding like a sample of the egusi.
Yeah, we see here that he wrote on LinkedIn, for the first time ever, a Nigerian seed is going to space. That seed is egusi. And
going to, not gone already, so going to space.
So it's going, it's sending it to space. So it hasn't gotten there yet. You know how this thing. So it says for the first time, it said then reading deep into the story, it says, although the seed is not the first African seed to land in space, it is, however, the first agricultural product from West Africa to be included in a space-based experiment. So apparently it's an experimental thing. So it's not the first time that seed will go to space. So I think it's a thing that happens. So the big deal is, it's a Nigerian seed, and you know how we always like to really celebrate our things and just make it so loud. And then I'm seeing in the final part, close to the final paragraph, says the inclusion of Nigerian egusi in the mission aligns with the global interest in food security and agricultural adaptation to new environment, including space.
and it's NASA is involved. So basically,
Yes.
it's the United States.
It said the seed will be launched aboard SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from Cape Canaveral, Florida, as part of Crew 11's mission to the ISS, joining other culturally significant crops from countries such as Egypt, Armenia, and Pakistan in an experiment aimed at understanding how traditional agricultural seeds respond to microgravity. So it's not like they're planting it. It's not for consumption, basically. It's just an experimental thing. So yeah, it'll be good to see how the Nigerian seed, does well and responds to microgravity, just like the story here says. But well done to.
Will the sample come back looking black or looking white
we'll look out and find out what happens.
Moisture. So maybe they want to just expose it to that outer space to see how it can be tolerant to outer space. Who knows? I mean, scientists, you guys know how you interpret this thing. But it's good news for us.
It's good news. Well, kudos to Temidayo Onyoshun for being the first person from Nigeria to send one of our crops to space. It's good news. It's good. It's a good way to start August. And let me make a point joke here. That's a good August visitor.
Good August visitor.
That's a good August visitor. Let's talk about the other story on the front page of the Business Day paper this month. It says exhausted underpaid health workers near breaking point. Some of us are in that boat. It's just that.
I'm not surprised.
We're not surprised, but I mean, look, I think this is the time where people work hard, do a lot of work, then the pay should be commensurate.
It should be.
When we're looking at the rider here, it says one doctor attends to 30 to 40 patients daily.
So let's assuming it's even one doctor to 20 patients. That's even too much. It is, for me, it should be breaking point, because with that now, a doctor wouldn't take his time or her time to really attend to the patient very well, knowing that there are a lot of other patients lining up. And we see these things mainly in government hospitals, right? However, if you have more patients, on the flip side, you have more patients and the doctor is consistently at work, it will increase his level of experience, her level of experience. It will make the doctor even far more better, right? Because again, practice makes perfect. And with that, it all depends on the strength of the individual. Some doctors have, they have resilience, they can work longer hours. Others only want to work short hours and go rest. It all depends on the individual. But one doctor to 30 patients, again, what kind of patient? Is it the ones that have severe illness or just random check? So all these things have to really be looked into to now know where we can now draw the line. Now say, no, it's too much. Because I've seen some doctors attend to more than 30 patients, some of them 40. But it could just simply mean, minor things like, I've got this pain here, doctor, I feel this way, a reaction to that drug or something like that. Not necessarily, emergencies, but if the doctor has to attend to more than 30 emergencies a day, surely there'll be brain drain. Surely, there'll be what we call, what's that word again we use? When you work so hard, at some point it begins diminishing return.
Law of diminishing returns.
So that will be seen. And if a doctor is no longer very active towards the midday because of the back-to-back, seeing of patients, that doctor most definitely can break down. And it's like your car. You drive a vehicle for a while, you must find a way to service it, otherwise it will break down in the middle of the road.
And you get to see that when you go to some of the biggest hospitals, which you might choose to go to because you think that the service there will be better, the waiting time, anytime I have to go to the hospital, I'm exhausted, because you can't just say you want to dash into the hospital and dash out. If you're trying to go to maybe a good one, you would find yourself having to wait for a long time. There's so many other people who are also on the waiting list.
I'll make you laugh. So that's why it's called Be Patient. And we are called patients.
Yes, right. I know, right?
They'll tell you, be patient. And you say, at first I asked myself, why the word patient? Very patient. I said, okay, it doesn't mean that because you have to wait, because again, we're not clients.
Patient. Anyway, this other story here is spotlighting the profitability of Nigeria's goat farming business. Maybe this is a good news for, this is August, it's almost December, so you might want to start to invest in the goat farming industry. Maybe you have good returns right now, so at least you might not necessarily need to do chicken for Christmas. You can go, you can explore goats.
Well, I mean, for some people, to put it this way, for Nigerians, meat is one of our major staple foods, right? There's some people who don't eat meat, but they're like maybe 1% of our money, so they don't really, affect the market like that. But the fact that the goat market is beginning to pick up, if you remember very well, when we did that package on during Salah, we went to the street to find out, the cost of ram and how it's affecting those who want to buy and those who sell, affecting the business. And we found out that whenever we're in a festive period, cost of ram will high. Now it also includes goats, really, because you want to also subsidize it. If you're supposed to buy a very big ram, buy a small one, right, just for the purpose of the ritual killing, and then buy goat to supplement or to subsidize, as the case may be. However, at every point in time, those prices never come down. They keep going up. And who does it favor? If you look at it, the goat businessman or the business people that run this goat business or whatever, you realize that they have a lot of factors that can actually slow them down. We found out transportation is a big problem. We also found out that most of these goats or animals or whichever it is will need care. If one is sick, you can transfer the whatever it is to the remaining one. So for someone who's bringing in like a trailer load of goats from the north to come sell around West area, right? There's a big tendency that if you don't check the one that is sick and remove that one from the remaining ones, you get here and all your goats are sick and dying, or dead, case maybe. So it all depends on who is running the business and the amount of care you put in. However, the fact that you see that the good business is adding more value, would that bring more money to the table?
Certainly it will.
Are they paying their tax so that we can remit that and add to the federal government?
Oh my God.
You see, I'm making a case for FG right now, so that way, people pay their tax. And you pay your tax, the country moves well. So
everyone needs to pay taxes.
The good sellers will be watching now saying, "Oh God, what are you doing? Are you trying to bring us out?" Pay your tax. Now the good business is adding a lot of value, and the business is booming. So,
I think I think my only advice would be for anyone who wants to, look for a business to invest in right now, and you have some loose cash somewhere, maybe just look at goat farming business, because obviously from our report here, it's showing that there's high level of profitability in this business. But to read more on these stories, you need to grab a copy of the Business Day paper this morning to get more insight. Like we always say, if you really mean business in Nigeria, you must start your day with Business Day. So you need to grab a copy of the Business Day paper or visit www.businessday.ng to read more on the stories. But let's see what we have on other papers this morning. Looking at the Vanguard paper this morning, quite an interesting spread this morning, from cybercrime to bank deposits to FG regulations. But let's start with the big story here on page 2. It says, how misuse of Cybercrime Act cost Nigeria 1.1 trillion naira in 7 years. This continues on page 2 of the Vanguard paper this month. It says, banks, telcos, MDAs network breached. Financial sector loses 53.4 billion naira to cyber criminals in 2024. Urgent need arises for reimagining cybercrime enforcement architecture. We know that we have a problem of cybercrime in Nigeria. I always like to, look on the positive side of some of the things that happen in Nigeria. But we know that this is something that has been prevalent for years now. It's a picture that we're trying to correct. It's an image that we're trying to correct. A notion, because on the global space, thank God for music, the entertainment sector now, the creative industry, which is putting us in good light. But for the longest time, when people thought of Nigeria, they think of cybercrime, they think of Yahoo, fraud, and all of that. But thankfully, you know, this headline here for me, how Misuse of Cybercrime Act cost Nigeria in 1.1 trillion in 7 years, it's very telling because obviously, then the people in the positions of you know, authority, why are they not doing what they're meant to?
So if you look at it closely, you see that first and foremost, the fact that tune of 1.1 trillion, right?
Yeah, in 7 years.
It will mean this. So what it means is that one, people who do business with Nigeria, right, are becoming far more, you know, careful. So if, for instance, I am an international businessman and I wanted to business with Nigeria, hoping that I would get people who are honest while talking to them online, I want to reduce the amount of money, right, I put into that business. Meaning to say that already the Nigerian market is already cut short because of the so-called issue of it might just be a fraudster on the other side of the line, right? Now, if that is not curtailed, if the Cybercrime Act is not clamping down hard on these people, of course we keep on losing money because international businessmen will be more careful, will put up too much gates, even when they know this is a legit business. Even right now, even when they do video call with you, they are still very wary because they're not even sure if maybe that is another AI talking to them. So the gatekeeping has now moved from gatekeeping, right, to almost vote keeping, right? Using those words, I mean to say it is now stiffer. And the more stiffer these things are, right, the less business that will come to us, the less, you know, profit and job opportunities will spread across, and people make money legit in a legit way because they're afraid that cyber crimes, cyber criminals are out there. And to look at it, that our own cyber act and those who are supposed to be enforcing these things, EFCC and all the likes, and you know, other agencies who are supposed to put their eye on these areas, they're not doing a good job, but are they doing enough? That's the question. And again, are we making sure that laws are quickly passed through our lawmakers instead of wasting time? Pass laws quickly that will enable us clamp down on these people. And I will tell you, you know, before someone can steal an amount of money, trust me, bank managers must be involved. There are some certain people who you cannot just say this one, right, can do it on its own. No.
But I think that, yeah, I get your point there, but there's also the parts where there are network breaches. So sometimes these things, they kind of slide under their noses, and they're not able to detect it. But I think that's where, you know, tightening, you know, your I remember when I used to be in the corporate space, then they'll send internal communication and like they were phishing mails. They used to give us like briefs about, you know, phishing emails, how we should be worded. They just give us, you know, communication, how to avoid fraud emails. Sometimes they get to hack
areas where, you know, this will lead
so
to
they do all of those things. So even as employees, you have that understanding, you know, the technical team, the IT team were always well equipped. But even with all of those things, sometimes
these guys are just getting more smarter.
Yes, so
I've been scammed before. I will never forget it. It was so annoying because, you know, I saw the red line that, look, this person, an online vendor, this person, right, is not going to deliver this thing. But again, I want to give what we call the benefit of doubt. And so you try with little sum of money, and the person delivers, and you know this person is trying to lure you in for a bigger catch. But again, your instinct is telling you this person will deliver this thing, but you're blinded with the fact that this person is someone who you believe has delivered before and also deliver again, and so you put in more money, and that's what the catch comes in.
I have a
realize
bias.
You cannot communicate any longer.
Well, I think that sometimes if you're defrauded online, I've been defrauded sometimes. But I think that's
a lot of people have been defrauded.
So many times when you're defrauded online, I think it speaks to your greediness. if I'm being honest, and because I'm saying because I've also been defrauded. Sometimes you are reaching because everything tells you that this thing like is too good to be true.
There's a gray area.
Yes,
there.
but you find yourself. I mean, even when we're defrauded on buying things on Instagram, sometimes you see like a ridiculous rate. Yes, but you are thinking this. So you could have walked into a store and purchased that thing way more expensive, but you're thinking this, and then your money goes. So I think sometimes one thing I've learned when being defrauded online, it just appeals to your greediness. If you can just check that and you're like, no, I'm not doing this thing.
You wouldn't blame Nigerians. Most of us who, when you look at the economy, you just ask yourself, if I have to drive down to the shop to buy this thing, I have to spend money with Uber or buy fuel in your vehicle, going back and forth. If I buy this stuff online and they deliver it to me,
at that ridiculous rate.
You understand? So you want to try your luck, and then at the end of the day, you realize you've been cut off. And if you take shortcut, you're not sure.
But I mean, just in the bottom line, just like the story says there really needs to be some sort of strong enforcement against cybercrime, because this people just go. I'm talking. We're talking about the ones that seem like the smaller ones. Being defrauded on Instagram. How much is that compared to people that huge sums of money from their bank accounts? All of those things happen.
Which is why these criminals, when they steal your phone, they're targeting your SIM card, because they know from there they can get into your bank details, get into your bank account, and a whole lot. So just be aware of what's going on.
Talking about this, I literally got an email today saying Bitcoin something that I should recover my PayPal, on something, and if I have issues, I should please call this number.
Is this real?
This one again.
Or send your code.
When I saw the amount, I'm like, B. So that's the thing I said about that grid. I said, B, is it? Sometimes I said, B. Because I've had someone who was getting mails like this from MasterCard, right? That, to recover because of being a good customer, she's going to visit Spain, blah, blah, blah. But it was actually true. So, I said, when I looked at the amount.
These people, what they do is, they will look at legit emails and they copy it.
Yes.
So it's as if they have some form of device or some way in which they duplicate, clone those emails, and they will send it to you. It's called phishing.
They do a lot of work.
And
yes.
How are they doing this thing? So you look at it, and your bank will always tell you, will never ask you to send your PIN or whatever. And they know this already. So they find a way to get you
to boycott all of those things.
They go as far as even finding out who your account manager is, your account officer. And at the end of the day, put your account officer's name at the end of the email. So you look at it, okay, that is my account officer. And then you just give out your details, that's it.
And
you start seeing debit and debit and debit. Anyways.
Crazy. Well, let's look at some of the stories, other stories here on the Vanguard paper this morning. Speaking of strikes, says federal government approves policy to regulate trade unions' activities. This is on page 5 of the Vanguard paper this morning. And on page 8 says 2027, ahead of the 2027 elections, OB confirms talks with PDP and others. Is it looking to move to? Is it looking to move to PDP when people are moving away from PDP? Well, let's see. On page 8 says governors move to address education crisis. And on page 9, Tinubu extends custom CG's tenure. On the top side of the Vanguard paper this morning says bank deposits with CBN saw 783% to 79.8 trillion naira. And on the right-hand side of the Vanguard paper this morning says Niger drags federal government to Supreme Court over 13% derivation. On 26. Tinubu to governors, take gains of reform to grassroots. Absolutely, because I mean, lots of work needs to be done at the grassroots. Really, if you think about it, when it comes to policy making, governance,
I mean, the leadership starts from the bottom.
It starts from the
really.
It starts from the bottom, and then in the world of sports here, World Cup, Idea says why Super Eagles are struggling in qualifiers. I think there's now pressure on Super Eagles now with Watson, the Falcons.
That's it. What the man can do better.
Absolutely.
I'm sure they're thinking this is going to be disastrous if they don't at least get into the game.
Because you need to see how much gifts these people have collected. Just yesterday, even at MTN office, they were still giving they were still giving, I think 100 and something million was also still given to them. This is minus the one that was given to them by the president, plus the houses, plus the people
they made us
like
proud.
Success
They made us proud. And I'm not now, we're still Nigerians and everyone in general who's watching. Yes, it's good to associate yourself with success, people who are winning, but also at the same time, don't look down on people who are also working hard to get there, because they might just be looking out for that big break. They know they will succeed. So the problem is, the question is, would you step in and help at that time? There are other academies that could bring up great winners in the future.
Right.
Let's also look back and say, if these ones can do it now, then let us invest in those other ones that we think have great potential. And this also includes, in the what's it called again, the football academy, that those ones that have not been drafted into the major leagues or major national teams. Yeah, there are a lot of them that, if you go to national stadium, you see a lot of them, right? So I'm thinking, those who have the money, don't wait to now use your money to gain attention, right? Say, okay, you know what? These ladies have made us proud. They've made a lot of money, received a lot of gifts, a lot of cash prizes, as the case may be. Now, I want to go out to those young boys and ladies out there in national stadium and say, look, do you guys have an academy that you run here? How can I help? In 5 years, I want to see either 5 or 10 of you from this academy representing us out there. So that we'll now say, wait a minute, you had the money before. You have to wait on the person strives and get to the top. Help them now that they need that particular help. I'm talking about getting them while they're young.
Catch them young. Anyway, speaking of catching them young, let's catch what we have on the Punch paper this morning.
All right, so Punch says, to the very top left, says defections stir tensions as ADC lock horns. Defection stirs tension as APC and ADC lock horns. Then middle top there says government FX windfall crashes 73% to 589 billion naira in H1. The top right says FEC, which is FEC. FG approves 3.5 trillion naira for roads, airports, and others. We have the kind of money. Okay.
Maybe we do. Maybe we can borrow.
Whenever I say borrow, my heart skips a bit. All right, so just a follow-up story with Bianca Ojukwu.
Right.
She says, Nigeria, Ghana hold talks over anti-Nigerian protests. It's almost the same thing of yesterday.
Same.
So we've not seen any updates yet, have we? Then the major one here says, marketers warn against disruption as Dangote plans direct fuel supply. What are they worried about? Let's be honest. Right? Marketers warn against disruption as Dangote plans direct fuel supply. When you are lazy, or this is what, when you are inefficient and you see someone who's not efficient, begin to cry foul. For me, I think it's just, trying to find a way to, sabotage Dangote. I think the marketers should wake up to face the reality, which is this. Dangote is doing God's work. I'm not advertising work, but I think he's doing the Lord's work. Can you imagine if Dangote hadn't built that refinery? We will still be at the mercy of our own refineries. There's been sabotage day in, day out.
Day in, day out.
Marketers are making billions, cashing out.
Siphoning monies, yes, at our expense.
Okay, the other one here says Nigeria needs new constitution, not amendments.
I agree. I agree to that.
Below that says recovery ongoing in 1.3 trillion CBEX Ponzi collapse.
We're still on this CBEX thing.
I thought these guys were like, as in pushed out of Nigeria totally.
So that's why they're trying to recover. Exactly. They're trying to recover people's monies for them. So AFCC is working.
Let them work fast. That money is not a small amount of money.
AFCC is working.
Can you imagine put 1.3 trillion naira into that security area? How insecurity would drop. All right, so below also says right here it says ADC vows to challenge Ayedatiwa's appeal court victory. Politics. How suspected ritualist dismembered my 16-year-old son.
Sad story, really sad story there.
I wish we could end this whole story with gory stories, but Just to show you that, look, security in that area needs to be formed. Isn't that where they have the system we call that as the vigilante group? Is it Okumondo?
What's the vigilante group? Is it
it has a logo of a leopard.
Certainly not. Is it a Feni?
No, it's not.
It's not.
His name, I remember though. Then down left says, your budget hits 984 billion naira after 299.8 billion supplementary bail. Anybody?
We have to go. We have to end it there. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day paper before we head over to the Business Morning this morning, Friday, August 1st. Now that's the cartoon of the day. It says, so we see an image, more like a tree, but this tree says, Kemi be bad. Okay, so that's more like Kemi bad enough.
The tree's holding
a
head that has like a chainsaw.
And is it a very long? Is that a chainsaw or a very long tongue?
The long tongue, that looks like a chainsaw.
Yes, so that means
her words. She's in a words to cut off her roots.
Absolutely. So you see that this person with a long tongue talks a lot, and then that you
cutting off the roots where you're from.
So
wow.
So you're saying that you're rooted in this, you're supposed to be rooted, remembering your roots, rooted in this place, but you're using your own tongue to cut off the roots. A lot to ponder on there, really. That's just in light of
Asipo has a way of always jogging our imagination.
Really, really, really well. It must be really commended. It's doing an amazing job with the cartoon of the day. But that's where we wrap it up this morning on the newspaper review segment today. We went from the Business Day paper to the Vanguard paper to, of course, the Punch paper this morning, and of course wrapping up with the cartoon of the day. We hope you enjoyed it. But up next is Business Morning at 9 a.m. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Thank you for watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to Business Money here on Business Day Television. I am Deborah Eze.
And I'm Destiny Momo. Thank you for starting your day with us.
All right, let's move to the first conversation for today, the 1st of August 2025. The International Monetary Fund has revised Nigeria's economic growth outlook, projecting a 3.4% expansion in 2025, up from previous estimates. This brighter forecast comes amid ongoing reforms, a relatively stable oil market, and hopes of fiscal consolidation under the current administration.
But how grounded is this optimism in real fundamentals? What risk could derail it? And more importantly, how might it impact everyday Nigerians and even investors?
All right, joining us now to unpack this is Ajayi Oladipo, is Head Fixed Income, Chapel Hill, Denham. Good morning. Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, so let's go straight into it. So what are the key drivers that might, made or influenced the IMF to raise Nigeria's growth forecast to 3.4%? What are the key drivers?
Well, it's not peculiar to only Nigeria. We saw revised, we saw global growth revision as well. We saw sub-Saharan African revision as well. But the one for Nigeria was actually revised from 3% to about 3.4%. And I felt that this paused from the rebasing of our GDP as a factor. And aside that also, the impact of the reforms that both steps that we've taken in the country. When you look at the harmonization of the FX window, one way or the other, we've seen stability in the FX space. There's stability now. You can predict FX to a great extent. And if you notice, some weeks ago, the banks actually returned using on Naira card on international transaction. And one of the reasons why that could happen is because there's stability in that line. And aside that, also we've seen removal of subsidy. What I brought to the table is increase in revenue capacity of the government. And just in the month of June, we noticed that what was shared as FARC. They shared over 1.8 trillion as FARC, and that also means that there are more revenue in the coffer of the government. And even the Minister of Finance attested to that at the point that when he said that the revenue forecast grew by about 40% in Q1. So if you sum all this together, what it's trying to tell us is that it's what we are seeing, the result we are already seeing is beyond what we were seeing at the beginning of the year. And at the beginning of the year, when IMF was actually giving their prediction of the economy, it's premised on where we were. But now when you look at the level of improvement we've seen in the last months, so it's actually wise for IMF to actually revise the expectation, and that's actually in line with global expectations.
So what sectors do you think are likely to actually feel this growth the most? As in, is it the oil sector or the non-oil sector or even services?
So if you look at the last release, the oil sector grew better. The oil sector grew about 5.5, and the non-oil by about 3.3. But you need to now consider what is the contribution of the oil sector to the total GDP. The oil sector is just about 3%, and the non-oil is about 97%. So it brings to bear that the real driver of the economy is non-oil sector. And top on the list is the ICT currently as we speak. We've seen the real estate also doing great input into GDP performance. And also the agricultural sector is also very big, like the biggest. But what we've seen is that we've not seen that huge growth in that sector. So what we ordered is more like a drag to the overall GDP as we speak currently. So it just means that there are one or two things that the government needs to do in that sector for us to see the growth that the IMS had mentioned. They just need to actually tweak one or two things, ensure there's security, provide good seedling to farmers, provide credit financing to farmers, and some of those things. And if government can actually do this very well, I think the 3.4% growth is actually understated.
So how much of this actually reflects confidence in government? And I'm talking FX and subsidy removal.
Well, at the beginning, I'm sure a lot of people were felt bad when it actually happened. And of course, it's necessary evil. And a lot of us have been clamoring, but a lot of people don't know this will be the impact. And when it was done, it was Nigerians felt the pain. And for me, I had this analogy at that particular point in time that at that time, it's just like a country building Burj Khalifa without good foundation. You can continue to build if you like, but don't forget that a day will come that that building will collapse and the damage will be very, very, very massive. But another thing you can do is to actually dismantle it and build foundation and restart all the way from the beginning. And I think the pain that Nigeria faced at that particular point is the fact that you actually collapse a building and you are building from the scratch. But what we are seeing now more is like a Nigeria with a great foundation. A Nigeria where it will be easy for anyone that comes in as the next president to actually govern the economy. And why I'm saying that is that we've been able to freeze revenue in terms of what has been more like consumption. Now we can now make it productive. And also with the tax reform as well, we expect the revenue generating capacity of government to actually soar. And if that happens also, it means that there's more money to actually govern the economy. But the concern for you and I and Nigerians is that will the leader be ready to actually utilize this thing to actually better the life of Nigeria? And that is now left for you and I to actually call them to order and call them to question. But I think it's actually a very good decision.
So what do you think are the downside of the forecast, the downside risk of this particular forecast, especially considering inflation, insecurity, or others?
Well, you just mentioned some of these there. Firstly, is FX. FX volatility. What we are currently enjoying is FX stability. And if the FX has still been very volatile, it will still be very difficult for us to actually buy things at current prices. Don't forget that our economy is import driven. And so it means that it's what I buy that we sell. and most manufacturers as well, they need to factor in all these prices into into their costing so as to actually determine what will be the price of the product. And aside also, you also need to look at the volatility in oil and oil sector. Whatever is happening in the global oil market also have great impact on Nigeria economy. The oil market is highly correlated with Nigeria economy, and why we see that because at least oil sector actually provide us close to over 90% FX revenue. And for us to actually be able to import machineries and do some other thing, you need to generate FX. So it means that if the price drops in international market, it will have adverse effect on growth, and that's more like a setback as well. Security, like you mentioned, insecurity, if it continues and the government is not doing beyond what they are currently doing now, to actually dip that in the board, I think that could also be another setback to that. If farmers cannot access their farm, it becomes a big problem. If people cannot travel freely, it becomes a big problem. Because some of the things that this is killing in the current country is that the tourism sector is dying. Because people cannot travel within the country. Imagine you just waking up and say you want to go to Yankari's Grave Reserve in Bauchi. Of course, you have to think twice because of the level of insecurity in the country, and that's actually been impacting that sector aggressively. And another thing also we need to look at is the tariff war. One way or the other, at the time we felt that the fire is going but now it seems the fire is coming up again because just some days ago we just saw the U.S. President also announced about 35% tariff on India, 35% tariff on Canada. And if we continue in that stride, one way or the other will impact Nigeria one way or the other, and that could be another level of setback that can actually affect the growth projection.
Now, when we come back, we're going to be having the second part of this conversation. So just stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
welcome back. We still have Mr. Ajayi Oladipo with us. Now, Mr. Ajayi, let's just go back to the conversation. Now, do you think this new projection would actually bring about job creation and, other flexibility that we actually need here in Nigeria?
Of course, I think it should. And one of the reasons why I feel so is because for you to actually attain this level of growth, there's some restructuring that IMF actually noticed you're doing, and that will actually impact the economy. And if you're embarking on infrastructural development, what that will do is that what we are doing will create employment. Let's say, for instance, the government currently embarking on the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. It means that you need more cement for that road. So it means that there are more units of cement production that needs to be produced. So it means that that sector need more people to actually work, to actually produce and meet the requirements. And aside that, also there's a lot of people that are actually working on that site, whether mania workers, whether professional workers. One way or the other, what we are trying to do is to actually create job employment, just job opportunities. So I feel that, and one thing about it is that when you start seeing macro improvement in any economy, the next thing is that to start seeing the impact on the people, which is more like the impact, the micro impact. And I think currently what we are currently seeing is just the macro impact. So we expect that to not cascade and actually impact the life of an average Nigerians. And so it's not only about actually projecting that, oh, we'll get to 3.4% and all those things. And the government will just go to sleep because there's been a number actually announced by IMF. So it means that the government needs to go back to the drawing board. What can we do to actually achieve this number? What can we do to actually even surpass the number that's been actually highlighted by IMF? So I feel that one way or the other, because want to actually bring people out of poverty, there must be growth. And for there to be growth, it means that there must be job opportunity, there must be improvement in the lifestyle of people, there must be increase in per capita income of an average Nigerian. And this is exactly what IMF felt, that if the government continue in this strike, what they're currently doing, the IMF felt that should actually translate into that.
Now the forecast, can this actually boost foreign investment and foreign investment sentiment, and are investors reacting to this?
So there are some of the things that can actually boost foreign investor confidence in any economy. One, your return. What do you have to actually offer is a factor, because you have some portfolio managers, they can take risk irrespective of what is happening in any economy. Another thing is growth. When they actually can sense that there's growth in any economy, and also they can see what the government of that particular country is doing to actually ensure currency stability, ensure that investors can come in and go out at will. There's no restrictions to how much money you can actually repatriate and some of these things. And these are some of the things that are currently happening in Nigeria already. As you speak, if you look at what is happening in the stock market, you will notice that we've seen tremendous growth in the ASR. For this year alone, the capital market, Nigeria market, has grown by over 30%. And this is not only a function of what the local investors are actually doing in the market. A lot of foreign guys are actually very active in Nigerian market, and one of the reasons is the fact that they can see what IMX is seeing, and we've seen a lot of influx of liquidity into our market. So beyond the FPIs, also we are seeing a lot of FDIs coming into the market. Just this year, we've seen Osin actually acquiring a stake in Lafarge Africa as well. Yeah. So when you see some of these things, they are pointed to the fact that investors are beginning to have confidence in your economy. And one way or the other, we feel that that will actually help and impact the people very well.
All right. IMF has revised Nigeria's outlook several times in the past, but how accurate do you think this number right now is? And compared to actual performances, how accurate do you think it is?
So when you look at IMF's past revisions, you will notice that IMF will revise in line of expectation. But what normally happens is that another thing about IMF, they are still very much conservative. If you have gone through their past projections, there are times that they will tell you Nigeria will grow 3%, and we ended up going 3.3, 3.2, far above what they are actually expecting. And also on the downside, when they are looking at the negative side as well, they are also very conservative. They leave room, a lot of room. And that's one of the reasons why I felt that a 3.4% from IMF is actually attainable, and Nigeria can actually surpass that. So when I see a 3.4, I feel that it's more like the base. So it means that the least that Nigeria could do this year is 3.4. It means that we can do more than 3.4 if we continue in what we are currently doing. And they also mentioned that the current monetary policy discipline is actually a factor that they actually consider as well. And if you notice at the last MPC meeting, some people were expecting a rate cut, and but the CBN governor made it clear that there's a lot of factors that you look at beyond just the need for rate cuts. And if those things are not clear, you can't make such decisions. And I'm maintaining that stand despite the fact that there's a lot of push for a rate cuts. And I think that's some of the factors that IMF will actually consider. And I feel that we could actually do beyond 3.4.
All right, and finally, so what reforms must the government prioritize to actually ensure this projected growth materializes at the end of the day?
You see, when it comes to reform, there's a lot of reform that government still need to do. There's state-owned enterprise that you need to do a reform around, infrastructural development, creating great means of transportation. At this age, we are not supposed to be transporting food all the way from the north to the south using the road. We can as well just use the rail system. That is cost effective. That's also reduce the level of insecurity in the country as well. The government needs to actually ensure that people are secure, farmers are secure. Of course, we've seen a bit of reforms. Just recently, the government announced what they are trying to do in the livestock sector as well. How they are trying to actually create more like a regional ranch where cattle farmers can actually just have their settlement. And I think it sounds reasonable and it sounds laudable. And also the information around the fact that they imported cows abroad so as to get more like a crossbreeding, so that to improve the level of output. And I think these are some of the things that we need to do. And don't forget that, like I mentioned, the agricultural sector is contributing close to about 28% in the GDP. So it means that if you really want to drive the economy, if you drive the agricultural sector, you are driving the economy. So it means that if you move the agricultural sector upward, you are moving the GDP upward. So I see that it's just a point that the government needs to focus on in this season. When you focus on aggressively on that, the result will show on the level of growth on the economy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ajayi Oladipo. It's so good to have you on the show this morning.
Thank you very much for having me.
Is the fixed income, Ed Fixed Income Chapel Hill, Denman. We'll go on a quick break now. When we come back, we're going to be having the second part of our conversation here on Business Money. Do stay with us.
Great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead.
right, welcome back to Business Morning. Now let's move to our second conversation for today.
All right, and solar PV technology is projected to become the dominant source of power globally, potentially leading the global energy mix before 2050, even without significant policy changes. Now, this dominance is driven by the rapid cost reductions and also advancements in solar panel technology, which is creating a self-reinforcing cycle of deployment and innovation. The cost of electricity from solar plants has drastically decreased in recent years, making it increasingly competitive with traditional energy sources.
Solar farms can be built relatively quickly, allowing for faster adoption and returns on investment compared is alarming. Continuous innovation in solar technology is further enhancing efficiency and reducing cost, fueling its continued importance. The falling cost and rapid deployment of solar power creates a positive feedback loop, encouraging further investment and innovation. Models incorporating these factors project that solar PV will become the leading source of electricity generation by mid-century, while other factors like climate policies and the energy transition are also influencing the shift towards renewables. The cost effectiveness and rapid deployment of solar are key drivers in its projected dominance.
Now, joining us is Mr. Yakubu Yunusa. He's a solar analyst and also an advocate. Good morning, Mr. Yunusa.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Good morning,
Now, very quickly, what factors are driving the increasing adoption of solar power in Nigeria's energy mix?
I'm happy to be on your show this morning. When we are talking about solar energy system, one of the main factors which people are adopting into solar energy system is the epileptic power supply and the high tariff of disco charges. So which people are seeing solar as the only solution to these problem we are facing with the power sector in Nigeria. As the technology keep bringing in power for our business and for personal consumption, and for our personal comfort also. So we needed constant electricity. So, and which people are not having access to, despite that we have about 23 power plants in Nigeria, which are generating about 11.2 gigawatt of electricity, and we are having a projected of about 17.2 gigawatt of electricity, which are the daily consumption expected to be generated for the Nigerian citizen. However, this condition has never been met. So for that reason, people are seeing this alternative solution by adopting to solar energy. The demand for solar energy system keep on increasing. So that is why the supply of solar energy system also has to be met.
All right. So how significant is solar energy's contribution compared to the national grid supply today?
Please, can you take the question again?
How significant is solar energy's contribution compared to the national grid supply that we have today?
Oh, thank you. If we are looking at the significance of solar energy system compared to the national grid or any other alternative form of power supply in this country, we will see that solar energy system remain the best choice for a common man in this country of ours today, because wherever you are under this country called Nigeria or under this planet, you have access to the sunlight. So by putting one or two components together, either you are living in a rented apartment or you own a building or office, you will be able to have access to solar electricity power. So, and apart from that, when you have solar energy system, you have this kind of zeal, the comfort in you, and assurance that you have a constant electricity supply, which you don't need to wait for anybody to switch on light, or maybe you are doing something and you need electricity, so you don't need to wait for anybody before you be able to use electricity. And apart from that, the issue of fluctuating current that burns majority of all these electronics we use doesn't occur when you are using solar, because solar don't produce fluctuating current. It is, and the last but not the least is when you invest in solar energy system, in a short period of time, you will have the value of your money compared to the other type of the other sources of electricity we are using.
Okay, so what policies or incentives from government are most crucial for solar power to dominate Nigeria's energy landscape?
Well, I think since the government allow every individual maybe to be able to generate electricity to use solar energy system in Nigeria, I think this increase the growth of solar energy system in this country, because when a government is giving you alternative solution to the problem which we are facing. Don't forget, about few months ago, the government also in the main villa, they budgeted some amount of money to switch to have a mini grid. So I think all this kind of policy assist the growth of solar energy system in this country.
Okay, so in what way can solar power help bridge Nigeria's electricity access gap, especially with the people in the rural communities?
Well, the only way we can reach, or we can let everybody have access to this solar energy system, because majority of the people is only the few that have access to this information that are benefiting from this. So I believe if the government can also create campaign, educate people, let people know the value they are going to get. As individual people are doing this, they are canvassing, they are telling people, we are educating. Let there be official statement from the government to let people know that, oh, this is the right way. Since we are working on this and we are not be able to solve the problem of epileptic power supply in Nigeria, this is what you should be able to use to solve this problem. And apart from this also, I expected the government to create institute or include it into our institutional syllabus as a course in renewable energy. Majority of the youth in this country, majority of us are complaining that we don't have job. But when we dive fully into solar energy system, it will be more easier for our youth to also get job, and many people, because the numbers of certified solar installer we have in this country are low compared to the quack that we have. So if we can create all these kind of platform to let people learn the right way to install solar energy system, the right method which people should indulge in, so that they will be able to use solar energy system effectively. This will also allow those in the rural community to have access to it.
All right, so what role are private investors and also international development partners playing in scaling solar adoption in Nigeria?
Well, if we're to look into that, we have a lot of international bodies, we have a lot of private organizations, that even a lot of NGOs promoting these solar energy system in this country. So there are many organizations, there are many private organizations doing this, but I believe these numbers of available organizations are not enough to reach out to the magnitude of people who still need more information, so that they will be able to have access to clean energy system.
Okay, so do you think that there are regulatory bottlenecks that are currently limiting solar investments in Nigeria?
Can you pick the question again, please?
So do you think that there are regulatory bottlenecks currently limiting solar investments in Nigeria?
Well, based on my knowledge and based on my personal research, I don't think if currently I have seen a particular uh, government body being actively in control of this solar energy field as expected, because there are some challenges which we are facing in this solar energy industry when it comes to the issue of importation, all these products we are using, because we have different products in the market which many of these manufacturers are introducing to us, which I believed if the organization being active will be able to see into these organizations like Standard Organization of Nigeria and the current to take the right mayor in the bold of the right mayor we need. So I'm not 100% sure if they are all active to to regulate these as expected.
Okay. All right. So how do you see solar energy reshaping Nigeria's energy future over the next decade?
Well, let me bring this to it again. As the demand for solar energy system keep on increasing, I believed in the next few years we will have a lot of people who will have access to solar energy system. But mind you, if all these demands, if all these mayors, if all these observations are not being put in place, there are many homes that will be on hazard in the next few years to come, because we all know that all this solar panel of a thing we are buying, we are putting together, they are components. Are we together? All these systems, they are components which we are putting together. And if it is not being put together in the right way, it is going to be so sorry. If all these things are not being put together in the right proportion, there is going to be a lot of fire hazard in this country. So please, that is why I'm saying that the demand will keep on increasing every day, because people need constant electricity for their business. People need electricity for their, comfort zone. They need electricity. But, when there is demand for a particular product, when there is demand for a particular feed, a lot of, both the quality and the fake also will be coming into the market. So the future of solar energy in Nigeria is going to be great.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Yakubu Yunusa. It was very good to have you on the show. He's a solar analyst and advocate.
Thank you so much. And that's so much we can take on Business Money today. Up next is a big story. My name is Destiny Momo.
And I'm Deborah Eze. Keep watching Business Day television.
Good morning.
watching Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to the big story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Today we turn our focus to a growing storm within Nigeria's security structure. And it's not just about weapons or uniforms, it's about retirement. It's about what happens after the years of service, risk, and sacrifice. Just last week, retired police officers staged a protest at the force headquarters in Abuja demanding improved pension payment. Their grievances have reignited conversations around the contributory pension scheme, which is called CPS, which they say has not delivered on its promise. For many officers, this is more than policy. It's about dignity. And after years in service, they believe they deserve better. In recent months, we've seen louder calls from some within the police force to exit the CPS entirely. They say it's unfair, it's confusing, and inadequate. But is this really a failure of the system, or are there gaps in understanding implementation or communication? What exactly is going on here, and what would it take to fix it? Those are the questions we're asking this morning. And joining me is someone who has been at the center of this conversation. Joining me today is Mr. Oguche Aguda. He's the CEO of the Pension Fund Operators Association of Nigeria, PENOP, which is the umbrella body for pension administrators and custodians across the country. Welcome to the show, Mr. Aguda.
Nice to be here.
Very lovely to have you this morning. Let's start from the basics. Our viewers want to know what exactly is this contributory pension scheme and how it's designed to work for officers in the Nigerian police force. So if you could just enlighten us this morning.
Yeah, so the contributory pension scheme came about in 2004, a little over 20 years ago. And it's important to understand why it came about. It came about because the previous pension system was unsustainable. The government didn't have money to fund its pension liabilities, and the country had various pension schemes. There was no harmonization, there was no uniformity. So the government at the time felt they needed to bring some uniformity and design a way where pensions can be sustainable. And as the name implies, it's contributory, meaning that you contribute to your pension. So your employer contributes a certain percentage. In Nigeria, it's about 10%, and you contribute 8%. So that money goes into a pot, your retirement savings account, and is managed by professional private sector fund managers, and that money grows over time. So when you retire, you've got a pot of money that you can use for your pensions. And the way it's meant to work for the police is the same manner. Whilst they are working, a portion of their money is contributed, 8%, and their employer, which is the federal government, pays 10%. That money goes into their retirement savings account. It's invested, it grows, it's compounded, such that when they do retire, they've got a pot of money that they can draw on, and they don't have to go directly to the government's finances because that model was unsustainable.
Right, and what we've been seeing of recent, we've been seeing a wave of frustration, public protests, especially among retirees, and it brings me to the question: what really is driving this, protest? Are their concerns valid?
Yeah, the concerns are valid, but what is driving the protest is actually the cost of living crisis, and it's not just with the police; it's everyone. Over the last 2 and 3 years, because of the structural changes in the economy, we've seen galloping inflation, and it's affecting everyone. So if I had 20,000 3 years ago and 20,000 now, it's not the same thing. So they're feeling the pinch because they are retirees, and they're seeing that the prices of everything is going up. So that's what is causing, in our view, this recent protest, because they've seen that the money they are getting is not enough for the price of goods, and it's general, right? But the second bit is that the money they are getting comes regularly. Under the previous scheme, it wasn't coming regularly. And even under the scheme that they want to go to, where they claim the military are earning higher, and there are two issues. The military are earning higher pensions under the defined benefit scheme because their salaries are higher. And I always say, it doesn't matter what scheme you are, pensions are determined by your salary. But then the military are not having it their way as they claim. We've seen protests by the military also saying their pensions are not coming on time or it's not being paid. The reason is because their pensions under the defined benefit scheme is based on the money that the government has. When the government doesn't have money, or the boards are not working well, or there is a disruption, it doesn't come. And we've seen protests by the military. So the police wanting to go back to that scheme is not really the best way, because there are major gaps in that scheme. It's not transparent, it's not dynamic, it's not flexible, it's prone to corruption, and it's also prone to the funds that the government has, which, as we see, is limited.
Right, and you see that some people within the force are actually calling for a complete exit from the CPS. In your opinion, do you think that's realistic?
I don't think it's realistic if you look at the whole picture, because an exit will mean you need to sell all the assets that the MPF pension has. And when you sell those assets, it depresses the financial markets. It actually distorts the system. So what they are really saying is, we don't care what happens with the system, as long as I'm fine, right? So the whole system can fall down. So what I would say, it doesn't matter whether you receive ₦1 million a month. If inflation is 200%, that money doesn't mean anything to you. Or if the financial markets are down, it doesn't mean anything to you. So what we need to do as a country, we need to remove the facts from the emotions. And their concerns are valid, as are everybody's concerns. The lecturers, university lecturers are protesting. The health workers are protesting. Everybody's trying to get money from one pot, which is the federation account. So we need to rethink and say, is this sustainable, right? And clearly it's not, right? So we need to see within the system that we have, which is sustainable, how do we address their concerns, which are valid, right? And on a number of recommendations which we have made and continue to make.
And if they actually exit this, this scheme, what do you think will be some of the implications for, the industry itself and police officers?
Well, I think the first thing is that the police officers will be worse off if they do exit the scheme, because they are moving from certainty to uncertainty. As a matter of fact, there's a viral video by the IG of Police, Inspector General Kaide Betuku, who was saying, you want to move from frying pan to fire. Do you know where you are going? Have you seen the contents of that bill? The contents of that bill, the police bill, which they are pushing to move into, number one, it says that their pensions are a direct debit from the federation account. The federation account is not limitless. There's so many things just in for the federation account. What happens in the years where the Nigerian government doesn't have enough money to pay their pensions, right? It also says that for you to get the pensions, I think you must have been working for about 10 years. So if you work for 6 years, for 5 years, for 1 year, and you say, I don't want to do this again, you don't get pensions. Under the contributory pension scheme, it doesn't matter even if you work for a month. Once you have your retirement savings account, it is yours, and you can determine how much you want to put in that account. So it's going to be unwise for the system, because if the government, so there are about 400,000 police officers, roughly, in that range. I think between 350 and 400,000 police officers or thereabout. So if the government wants to be able to meet their pension obligations under a defined benefit scheme, the government needs to put aside 3.5 trillion naira today and ensure that it gets at least 10% every year for it to be able to meet the obligations. If not, what happens is that when people retire, the government will not have that money. And what will happen? We'll see those queues, people retire, they don't have money because it's not funded, right? That's number one. Number two is that it even has the potential of reducing the rating of the country, because one of the things that buffers Nigeria's rating is the fact that we have a pension system, we have domestic capital that invests in our bonds when the government issues bonds. So if the pension system begins to crumble, the rating of the country goes down. The rating of the country goes down. The rate at which we used to borrow internationally goes up. Foreign investors are not coming. So what happens? The police, they will think they're getting high pensions, even it might not come as often, but then the whole economy is bad. So what benefit is that? What we need to do as a country is we need to find out a system whereby when people retire, they don't need to spend on a number of things. And I always do a stupid exercise when I meet retirees. I ask them, okay, what do you need money for? And I sat down with a group of retirees and I said, please, I'm asking it really from a mind of I want to know. And one of the retirees says, no, I've got 5 kids. 4 of them are not working. So they're coming to me.
Dependent on me.
Yeah. And I say, that is not the pensions industry's problem. It's an economic problem. Why is it that when people retire and their kids are finished school, there are no jobs? So the dad and the mom have to continue, even in their retirement, to fend for their children. Another one says, I need to go to hospital. That's not the pension industry's problem. Why is the healthcare system not catering for our senior citizens? Another one says, I need to fix my car. If the transport system is okay when you're retired, all those things, you don't need to do those things. So in saner climes, in climes where they are developed, when you're retired, it's expected that that money that is coming to you is just for you. your kids' fees, your transport, your house should be taken care of by the system. So what is happening is that the pension industry is being penalized for being transparent and being a system that works, because everybody's looking at that money and saying, let's grab it. But how about the housing system? How about the transport system? How about the healthcare system? If those are not working in consonance, everybody's trying, to look at the system that is working. And what we need to do as a country is to ensure other systems are working just and transparent, just the way the pension system is. I ask you, every month you see money deducted from your salary as your pensions. How much is deducted from your housing scheme? Do you know how much you have in your account? Do you know what the money is used for? Many people don't know, right? So the other system needs to be able to work in order for the pension system to work. So what is happening is as if you have a rich uncle amongst poor people, and everybody wants to grab from that rich uncle. What happens? The rich uncle dies, and the whole system dies.
Absolutely. And it brings me to my next question here, because I've been thinking about if there's even like synergy, if there's a communication line between the pension fund administrators and the officers themselves, or if there is a gap, and how this can be fixed.
I agree with you. I think there needs to be more communication, needs to be more education. We're doing quite a bit to educate people. And the MPF pension is also doing a lot to educate the officers on some of these things. Financial literacy. For instance, do you know that you can actually walk back to ask yourself how much you want to get in retirement and begin to save towards it? There's something called voluntary contributions, additional voluntary contribution. So if you tell yourself, I'm going to retire in 10 years' time, and that's the beauty of the contributory pension scheme, in my view, the retirement is in your hands. It puts the power in your hands. So if you tell yourself in 10 years' time, I want to be receiving $1 million every month, you can walk back to say, how much do I need to be contributing every month in order to get there? So if your employer is contributing X amount, you can decide to say, okay, I will deny myself some things and put some money inside so that the money begins to grow, it's compounding. Some people will argue that, okay, I don't have enough money for even my today needs. But then retirement planning is about thinking towards the future. Investment is about denying yourself today to be able to get funds tomorrow. So that's one of the things that we need to do more. In addition, you need to be sure that you are checking your statements every quarter when they send your statements. You need to be sure that if you don't get an alert in the month, you alert your finance person or your HR person, because those things add up, right? I think we are caught in between the previous system and the new system. When I hear people talking, rightly so, they said, I've worked for my country for 35 years and this is all I got. That was the previous model. Now, you don't get people that are working for as much as 35 years. The labor market is very mobile. Someone works somewhere for 2 years, he moves. Some people work somewhere for 6 months, they move. In the previous system, if you are working like that, you won't be able to get a pension because this pension system, which we inherited from the British, was meant to ensure that you have a career, a long career in one place for 35 years. That doesn't happen again. So with this new system, you can move. Those that traveled abroad, they are still accessing their pensions, right? You're not static. This system is dynamic, right? We need to move away from the way we are thinking about, I work for someone for 35 years and my employer gives me this. Because the employer doesn't even have that money again. The federal government cannot cater for the growing civil service workforce. In 2004, when this scheme started, the police force was about 190,000. Now they've doubled in size. The government doesn't have the money to foot the police force, the whole civil service who are servicing, who are retiring. It doesn't have the money, which is why the contributory pension scheme was started.
Right.
These are the issues.
It looks like you still have a lot more to say, but if you have a lot more to say, we're still listening to you, really.
Well, I think I'll pause for now.
Pause. But, bringing it back to, the situation on ground, obviously everything we've been saying, it's been insightful, but let's speak about the protest which we saw. Are we seeing any reforms or policy shifts, I beg your pardon, already on the way that could help us resolve these tensions in real time, restore confidence in the system?
Yes, so the protests have come about because of one key thing, which is the fact that their pensions are low. Okay. And that's valid, right? And low vis-a-vis the prices of things in the market. So again, it's based on the inflationary trends in the market, right? So the economy as a whole is fueling the protest because they're saying the money I'm receiving, if I go to the market, I'm not able to get much, right? And that has to do with the inflationary environment. It's low. So what we need to do to increase it is to be able to say, okay, we'll augment the amount that you are getting. And that's the first thing that has been done. In June this year, pensioners, their pension payout has been increased by an average of 40%. Meaning that some are going to receive more than 40, some less than 40, depending on how much you have in your account, based on the investment returns. PENCOM approved the pension boost as of June 2025. And for July, August, till the end of the year, you will see that your pensions has increased, the quantum of your pension. So that's one thing that has been done. And it's hoped that this is going to be an annual exercise whereby, based on the investment returns that your pension generates, you're able to get a boost. So that's happened. Another recommendation that we've made is to be able to increase the contribution by the employer for the police officers to about 20%. Because, I said the employer does 10%, minimum 10%, and the employee 8%. The employer can decide to increase the percentages contribution so that the money in their retirement savings account is higher. If the money in their retirement savings account is higher, it's invested more, it's compounded, and the money they get when they retire is higher. So those are some of the things that are being done. And a number of other options. The key, in my view, in our views, the welfare of the police.
Right.
If their salaries are higher, if their promotion cycles are better, if their welfare is done higher, done quicker, it will affect the amount of money that is in their RSA account. Because, I always tell people, do you see retirees from CBN protesting? Do you see retirees from NNPC protesting? Do you see retirees from FRS protesting? They are also under the CPS. So that's one thing I want people to think about. Why are they not protesting? Why are they not saying they want to leave and go back? So the police are, because their salaries are low and their cycles, their promotion cycles are not are not as the other MDAs, and financial literacy. There needs to be more financial literacy, where they realize that retirement planning is a business and it is your personal right. And I tell retirees when I meet with them, don't put retirement planning in the hands of anyone, not your employer, not your government. It is you. And that's what the CPS does. Retirement planning, it brings it back to you. When you now say, oh, I need the government to pay this, what if the government doesn't have money? What if your company folds up? So you need to take that reign and that power back to yourself. And that's what the CPS does.
So finally, let's say someone is watching right now, a serving officer watching right now, who's anxious or, uncertain about what their retirement may look like. If you were to give them an advice, what practical advice or reassurance will you be giving them today?
So what I'll tell a police officer watching right now, the first thing I'll say, do you know how much is in your retirement savings account? The first thing is to be able to check your statements. And your PFA is meant to send it to you on a monthly basis. If they don't send it to you, you go and meet them. You can also report at PENCOM. Every month, you're also meant to get a text message that shows how much has been contributed, right? So those things, knowledge is key. You need to know how much has been contributed. The other thing you need to know is you need to understand the fund that you are in. So there are different funds that the PFAs, the pension fund administrators, can invest in. If you think one fund is not giving you the better return, you can choose to move to a different fund, because under the contributory pension scheme, how much you receive is dependent on the investment returns, right? The other thing that you need to do is you need to ask yourself, if you've got any small money, extra money, 1,000, 2,000, you can decide to say, I want to invest more and contribute more to my retirement savings account, because that money will, in the end, it will add up to your retirement. And also engage your PFA. Have conversations with them. Don't leave your retirement to the hands of the government or when you retire. It's something that you need to be thinking about it on a constant basis, and realize that under this scheme, your pensions are, in a sense, guaranteed. It's going to come. Under the other scheme, you're not sure whether it's going to come or not. Another thing is to also be diligent in your job. Diligent in your job, you're getting promotions, your salary increases, your pensions increases, and then your amount you get in retirement increases. So it's up to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aguda Kuche, for your very insightful contributions this morning on The Big Story. It was truly, truly, truly amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
And this is where we wrap it up this morning on The Big Story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Welcome to Today in History here on BDTV, where we look back at some of the events that have shaped economies and the world of business. I am Norma Ubodna, and today I'll be taking you down memory lane to some of the events that occurred on this day, August 1st.
On this day in 1914, Germany declared war on Russia as World War I quickly escalated. The stock market closed the day before as fears surrounding the war and its suspected escalation mounted. The market would remain closed until December 12th. And on this day in 1995, just one day after Disney agreed to buy ABC Capital Cities for $19 billion, Westinghouse agreed to buy CBS for $5.4 billion. And after the purchase by Westinghouse, the company would sell off the Westinghouse assets and become known as the CBS Corporation. 5 years later, CBS Corporation will be sold to Viacom for $35.6 billion.
And that is how far we can take you today in history here on BDTV. I am Norma Ubodna. Keep watching BDTV.
watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and now you are on to the social listening segment right here on the show. This morning, I'm joined by
Onyeka Valentine.
My name hasn't changed, still Elizabeth Musa.
I wish they knew what happens behind the camera, right?
Let's talk about the stories trending on social media today, beginning with the legendary Two-Face
Idibia.
Now, Nigerian
Innocent.
music legend Innocent Idibia, also known as Two-Face or Tubaba, has tied the traditional knot with Natasha Osawaru, a PDP representative of Ego constituency, in a private ceremony in Abuja. Now, the wedding comes just months after Tubaba confirmed his separation from actress Annie Dibia back in January. Now, social media is buzzing with pictures from the event, with Tubaba in full traditional attire and Natasha in a red wrapper and coral beads, which of course is Benin attire. Full Benin style. Fans online are split. Some are cheering them on for moving forward, while others are saying it feels too soon for Annie. You know, different reactions to this conversation. But I want to hear your thoughts. Do you think that fans have a right to feel uneasy about this move? Do you think the move is way too soon, or do you think it's in order?
So let's be honest, and I will say this without, I'm thankful we're having a conversation regarding it. I will say without me, just being on the fence. But let me start by saying, someone I've known for a while, who grew up together in Vesta Town, and he's a soft person when it comes to loving people.
So he easily falls in love, in and out of love.
Well, not necessarily in and out of love. If he pushes too hard, right, and doesn't get response when it comes to that feeling, trust me, he will go to his music and he expresses, his feelings there. Exactly. And he has always been like that. So I haven't said so. This is not going to sway my own opinion. I was on the fence. In case he's watching, see what happened to me. But then again, let's be honest. I think that when your life is threatened somewhat way, whether emotionally, you're threatened, physically, or you're threatened psychologically, the idea of loving someone, those who are relationship experts might agree with me or disagree with me. The idea of loving someone comes after you love yourself first. People don't know this. He's not the kind of person who likes to come around always, only when it's too much for him. He was going through a lot, and the way society has, quote and unquote, the way they've shaped us as men is men don't cry in public. Hold it, be a man, be a man. But you see, there's only a length to a point where you can be a man. So at some point, you will have to save yourself. And if moving on will make you be alive and still be there for your own kids, why not? You see, I keep telling anyone who wants to hear, beauty is great, but beauty without character is difficult for it to flow. So
what are you saying?
So what I'm saying is, at some point, a man. So now I'm not trying to be on the side of men or against women. I'm just trying to say generally, a man has been designed to want respect. Women are designed to actually want love. So it's a simple thing. Men, how do you show love? Right? Do you do that by provision? Women, how do you show that you love your man? Is by respect. And you see these two things, you don't buy it in the marketplace. You don't, it's not a drive over.
You're sounding like you're so sure of like the things that might have happened in their union, so, maybe with the borders around respect and
so I like that part you're coming with. Because if I didn't have an idea inside, I would just keep quiet. But this is our show. Let's talk about it. That's it. Look, the guy was going through a lot psychologically, right? There are other things that I know that I might not want to say, but give and take. A lot of people kept on whispering the ear of Annie. They whispered in her ears too much. And that, right, kind of affected the whole thing. Even when the guy loved her more than she loved him. Obviously, I can tell you for a fact, which is not a bad thing, right? But always remember, a man's job is to protect, a man's job is to provide. I'm almost done. I'm coming. I'm almost heading somewhere.
Okay.
Now, why has he moved on so quickly? He found peace.
He found peace.
That's the fact. That's what I'm just saying.
It doesn't look like he's at peace though, but
well, at some point, at some point, his mom was saying, "No, save my son, and he's going astray." But the mom attended the wedding. She's there in the picture, on the back side of the picture.
Always, it's just being a mom.
So he found peace, and I don't believe that he's being shrouded or covered with some spiritual whatever. I don't believe that.
You don't believe?
No, he just found peace, and he found respect. Men crave for respect.
To Mama. You know what's funny about this entire thing? what's really funny
Right.
about saying that thing is you say, oh, love, respect, and you say, I mean, according to you, you have inside scoop. But this is a woman who has also gone through a lot.
Yes.
She's seen him through different baby mamas
Very
and
true.
stuck with him.
I
So when you say to me that, oh, he loves her more than she loves him, I don't know that I can believe that. because
Again,
a woman that would go through all of that with you, you see how she's always very loud about her love for him on social media. In everything she does, she feels like she's stuck on him because
I kind of
before
feel,
now
yes.
everyone would have even expected her to have ditched him, but she did not.
Most
So
definitely. I
you
agree
saying
with
that he loves him more than her? No, she's a woman that's gone through
a lot too.
a lot with him, and it's only someone that really, really loves you. I mean, it was more like a young love type of thing. They grew together.
They grew up together all the way from, I mean, from Festac Town and everything. We understand, you know, the history and everything.
She even ignored. She literally paused her life and watched him become a star.
I'm almost going to ask you, how did you know? But it's fine. It's
I
fine.
mean, but we saw she
It's
didn't.
fine.
She literally was just always all about pushing.
But how are we
his
sure she
work.
hasn't moved on also?
We don't know, but the fact is, marriage move on is a different. You don't say. Let's be honest. I mean, you always like to say, let's be honest. In marriage, you don't just move.
Very quickly.
You don't just move. It's. We're talking about marriage that you spent years, even 3 months or 1 year. You know how tough it is. So, it's one thing to move on. You know, ceremony. With the ceremony. But it's another thing to actually truly move on. I mean, you will just try your best. You have kids in the picture. You have a lot at stake, and you spend years of your life building something together. So, I don't honestly. I mean, even the choice. Who am I to even say anything? We are just watching. But the choice of even the woman, you know, people have been talking about like the woman, because she seems like she's not stable as well.
I mean, but we don't know what he's seeing.
What's he's seeing.
And then
so that's why people are you know, pitching the spiritual part of things. We don't know for sure.
Again, like I said before, I totally, you know, disregard that notion of some spiritual thing being part of it. I just believe that he found peace. Now, it's not that I didn't have peace when he was with her, but you know how this thing they call relationship and marriage goes. At some point, if it gets to a point where it's, you know, irreconcilable, and you find out that you are going left, this is going right, and you're trying so hard to make it happen, and you just sit back to say, let's have an adult conversation about this thing. You know what I'm saying? I say, look, it's not working because of this. Again, it's not everything one wants to say that you have some privy information too. But however, the fact that he has moved on to marry someone else, which means he really tried his best to keep his previous marriage. No man wants to be out there with, you know, marry here, move on there. No. Men, I speak for the men folk now, they want rest of mind and peace of mind.
You know, I find what you're saying very laughable. You know, because you're talking about the same two-face who has had different baby. That is him getting married to Natasha. To me, it's just a no-brainer. There's no special thing. If you're talking about some other man and saying, oh, and you're making this point of, oh, no man wants to. But this is somebody like.
But there are men now
you can
who have
clearly
had.
tell that these things don't mean anything.
But there are men. Not entirely. I mean, when he was with her, he showed her all the love. They had the wedding in Dubai, I think Dubai or so, outside this country, and came back. Did a whole lot of celebration. I mean, there's something we're not even looking at. During the traditional wedding with Natasha, right? The saxophonist and the guys that were playing there were playing "You Are My African Queen." Have you seen the video? The video has who in it? It has Annie in it. Without his approval, do you think they could have played that song? So, which means that out of respect, he's saying, okay, yes, play the song. Yes, I used to be with her. I'm no longer with her. It was quite controversial to see that song was being played to remind him of where he's coming from. But I'm sure they would have told him, he said, play the song. Okay. I will honor her also. So he has respect for her. He has understanding. But the challenge now is he has found peace.
Okay.
Right?
How do you define peace?
So I will tell you one thing about peace. Peace of mind has nothing to do with beauty.
Okay.
Peace of mind has nothing to do with beauty. Peace of mind has to do with understanding and be willing to meet anyone halfway. I'll give you an example now. If I wrong you in any way, and I know that if I allow it to linger, it will only create more cracks. It's only natural for anyone who is smart to say, look, you might be wrong, I might be right, but for the interest of the future, I am sorry. That alone can bring down things.
So you know what? Let's hold our thoughts. Let's see what the reactions are on
Right.
social media. Let's see what people are saying about, this entire thing. That same boy says, this isn't right. Imagine watching your husband getting married to a man you watch grow, and boom, he has the choice of what to do. He likes, it's just saying a lot of things. Saying a lot of things, right? They say, so watching your husband getting married to another lady, a man you watch grow, boom, he now has choice to do what he likes. Let's see more reactions to the conversation.
Okay. I was going to respond to
Urban
that.
God says, I'm so happy for Tubaba. His last marriage taught him a valuable lesson about love. I hope he gets all the love he deserves in this union with Natasha. Lady Victoria Sport says, a man's life is so easy. Imagine the stigma Annie might be facing, but the man has swiftly moved on with his life. It is well. Really, it is well. Teresa says, one thing about men, they will always prioritize their peace or needs over a woman's emotions. When a man is done, he checks out without hesitation. But we as women often stay behind, making excuses, clinging to the time invested, the children, the memories. Men don't do that. When they move on without looking back.
So just respond to what she's saying. See, like I said before, when there's a red flag, right, men don't move on quickly like that. They always create room for conversation. Okay. But when you realize that, look, I saw this red flag if I married this person, but I chose to marry this person. I chose to be with this person so I can, I can manage it. But it moves from red flag to a black flag, starts ending up making the flags won't disappear, and then it becomes a problem. Again, move very quickly. Men don't move very quickly like that. That's a fact. What men do is they will always want to talk about it. Men are always ready to talk about it. But you see, truth be told, for how long could he have been in that space? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. We all know exactly back and forth what happened. It was all over social media, right? Like I said before, when it comes to survival, when it comes to I have to survive, when it comes to he has to survive, you realize that at that point in time, it will be in the best interest to say this thing can no longer be reconciled. You can't reconcile this. So let us agree to move this way. But when the other party says, no, I don't want to move that way, what happens? You can't drag along someone who says he doesn't want to. Okay. So even the law won't allow us to say, there's the provision in the law that says, look, if the person says he doesn't want any longer, then let's come to terms with it. Some people find it difficult to accept reality, say this is where we are. You live in the same home with someone who not falling out of love with you, but is maybe depreciating because the love invested in is not coming back as respect. In return, the love he's putting in is realizing that it's being bounced back, not because the person doesn't love you in return, but there's a challenge. So all that now, you think they've not gone through counseling, they've gone through all that needs to be done and realize that at the end of the day, it's best we go this way, take good care of our kids. I'm sure before he married Natasha, he could have told her, look, I'm going ahead with this out of respect for her because she invested in him too. He's not that stupid not to know that. He's a very smart and intelligent guy. Right?
But all these things we're just saying, we're not saying with facts. You know, you're saying that, he must have told Natasha it's not a stupidness. But he must have told Annie, but we don't know for sure. Everything we know is...
I will tell you, Two-Face loved Annie 100%.
Right.
When I say in different ways, there was no function that he would go without her. He never hit the way he loved her 100%. But like I said before, when love becomes a case of I am diminishing, you will choose your life first. Because as much as I hate to say it, if a man dies, right? Let's be honest. I don't think any person will say let the woman suffer forever. At some point, the woman will move on. Same way if the woman dies, at some point the man will move on. So
we have to move on from this conversation. Okay. Really, we can move to the next conversation, but still on family matters.
But wish him well, though. Congratulations, Two-Face.
We wish Two-Face, Libya, and Natasha
great guy. And
all
everything.
The best in their marriage. Yes. We pray for a long-term union, a forever union by the grace of God. But let's move to the United States, where reports have revealed that Brooke Hogan, who is the daughter of the WWE icon Hulk Hogan, isn't in his will, and she chose to remove herself from his will back in 2023. Now, according to reports, Brooke didn't trust the people surrounding her father and wanted to avoid being dragged into legal and financial drama. when he eventually passes. Reports also say she fell out with her father due to some racist comments he said against her boyfriend at the time. And despite past tensions, she shared emotional tributes to her dad, calling him everything and promising that their bond is eternal. Family matters, the family is just it's very, I think it's the most it's special union, because these people, you don't get to choose them. You get to choose your friends, you get to choose your life partner, but family, you don't get to choose them. So when you make some serious decisions, it's really commendable.
Again, as much as you might commend someone for saying, I'm getting out of the wheel because I don't trust people who, because what she said was she doesn't trust those who are around him. Exactly, the managers and people managing his estate and everything. But the question is that, again, for her to have gone to that point, he obviously, again, so rest in peace, he just passed on, but he could have given some signs to make her now say, maybe he's choosing them over her. Maybe he doesn't believe that she can manage his funds, manage his estate, I beg your pardon. And let's be honest, and there's nothing to do with her being a woman. Even a man can make such a mistake. But he must start back and say, my team can manage this estate so that my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to come will enjoy the legacy. So, daughter, why not you take the backseat? Let those who are professionals handle it. Maybe she could have said, no, I want to be the one to drive it. So at some point, we have been back and forth. And family is a very dynamic and very touchy thing. Okay? Every family, one way or the other, do have their own back and forth. It is how you manage it that is what matters. For me, I don't think anything will make someone want to pull herself or himself out of the wheel of the person who is
some
the
people
parent.
don't like drama. It seems like something I would do.
That's what I'm saying. So, give and take. For some people, they want to stay with it to the very end. But for me, I always say, look, nothing is worth fighting for, especially when it's not meant for you. Just let it be. You see, we came with nothing, we're living with nothing. And once you understand that, you realize that the things that we fight for when we're alive, in 100 years from now, they probably not remember my name.
I mean, clearly, you're making your own money, you're doing your own thing, because that's the only reason. Some people are stuck on, wheels, stuck on the monies from their parents, from their great-grandfather, because they've not been able to hold their own. They've not been able to. I think they get to a point where even if you have rich parents, even if you have, you think that you have some trust fund somewhere, you have to work to stand on your feet, so you don't have to depend. So for me, I think a move is really commendable, because when you know that there's a source of income somewhere, and regardless of it, source of income that could come, someday somehow, and you decided because of your peace. I think that protecting your peace, your mental health above everything, it matters.
We don't know her reason, but for what is what.
She said the reason. What do you mean? She said her reason is to avoid drama and all of that.
Just give us surface area of the reason.
But
there's an in-depth
whatever the in-depth is still tied to that, because I mean the person is dead, going to die either way. So whatever the reason,
how do you know what's going to die?
No, like we all know we're not going to live forever. So whatever the reason is, you know that this person is going to pass. So if you're on their will, you could still I mean, you could still take it, but you decide. I think it's integrity is commendable, because
so I think
not everybody feels that way about money.
I think so. That can only work when you don't live in Nigeria. Nigerians are tied, for Africans, are tied to the thing called will. It kind of sounds as if you're waiting for someone who is your parent or whoever is to pass on.
It will shock you to know how many people don't think this way. I think we were quick to generalize because of what is generally accepted, but it will shock you to know that.
Did you know people go to court? People go to court to drag things that are irrelevant, like, no, that cloth was supposed to be mine. Why did they willing to cloth of someone who has passed on? I think it is worthless fighting over property of someone, right, that had passed on because you feel it is supposed to come to you. In all fairness, if you are in a will and everything is willed to you, in the spirit of siblinghood, such a word does exist, no one should even tell you. It's morally only right, morally, to say, you know what, it is all willed to me, or most of it is willed to me, I still want to share with everybody. This way, you give reason, right, for that legacy of the parent who has passed on to flow into you guys, into the grandchildren.
So you see why Brooke decided to remove herself, because some people don't like all this type of.
You set me up there now.
Some people don't. You see why Brooke? Because look at the things you are saying. Who wants to deal with that when I have things I have to deal with?
True.
There's a hotel here that is, I don't want to mention the name, one of our big hotels that was willed to them by their father, one of the billionaires. Now, if you ever go to, if you go there, I'm close to mentioning the name. So most times they'll tell you don't park here because they have different halls.
Wow.
That this one is for this one is for Lizzie. So they'll tell you don't park here. But because I had like the inside, so I understood why those things were happening. People think it's a this thing, but it's because now those the what's it called, siblings, there's rivalry. So this one says, so imagine that. So is it not better if I was not even part of the rule? Let me know that I'm focused, because why will you go and it causes so much problem there, because it's a big one of the places you say don't park here. We can only allow people to park. It's so stressful. People have to go and turn on the way because of sibling rivalry.
Most definitely. Again, individuals do matter. I think, like you said, and I want to toll from your own angle. She ended up being the bigger person to say, look, I don't get involved in the back and forth. I'm already making my own money, right? My dad was a great guy. Maybe we didn't see eye to eye, but even at that, she could have thought in her mind, it's best she ends up doing the line of peace. If they now decide to say, look, we want to give you this, so maybe good and fine. But I don't think Hulk Hogan could have said to himself, let me give her anything less. From all the pictures I saw, he really loved his daughter, but we never know what could have happened.
Well, let's see some of the reactions on social media very quickly before we wrap up today on the social listening segment today. I mean, this conversation has been quite interesting. Usain says, some people inherit money, others inherit backbone. One makes you rich, the other makes you free. She chose the one that lasts longer. I agree. Let's see. Mr. Common Sense, let's see if he's making common sense. It says, Brooke Hogan requested to be removed from Hogan's will and wants more of his money after he told her not to date black men, which ruined our relationship. Hogan made additional racist comments following this incident.
Now we're seeing things coming out. Right?
Donna Maria says, respect. She would rather have peace of mind than be entangled in a bloodbath with the people he surrounded himself with. Candy Scott says she backed out of the will for fear of legal dispute over property. Now she got a fat life insurance payout and he kept a trust in her name with a large portion of the
She got something now, if that's true. She got something. Why is she acting as if she's doing holier than thou? She got something.
She's not acting. How do you mean she's acting? Did she come out to say it's people that are carrying news now?
That's true.
So it's not like she came out to say,
alleged.
By the way, my dad has died. It's not like I do. It's people that are putting out this news.
I agree with you. For now.
Right. But I mean, rest in peace to Hulk Hogan.
Yes, rest in peace to Hulk Hogan. How does that affect our GDP? That's what I want to know.
How does that affect the cost of price? The price of oil in Nigerian market. Making the rounds on social media really doesn't. How does that affect the price of Gary in the market?
You know what I'm saying? As much as we loved him, he was. But speaking of which, I mean, while I was growing up, my childhood, I used to really watch him when he comes and tears his t-shirt, goes
and say, "Oh, Hogan, show me your power."
Yeah, exactly. Like and that song that always goes, that was again. I am your real American. That song kind of hits its way in the memories of kids growing up in the 80s. So yes,
it brings so many lovely memories for
it's so rest in peace.
And all of that.
But about his
particularly
property,
the Hulk Hogan, that one, then
show me your power, right?
Everybody now be like,
show me your power.
Show me your small muscle.
if he had said, okay, you know what, part of my money should go to West Africa, Nigeria, to help those in
will it get to you?
Then I would say, okay, let's talk about the business part of it. This is good.
Will it get to you? That's even the point.
Let's leave our energy.
It will not get to you. How much money it wants to get to will get to you.
At least,
it has to get to the indigent people first.
I can give it to our producer, Big Fish.
Yeah. I mean,
hold on to something. Right?
All right, we'll have to wrap it up here
Interesting.
today on the social listening segment. Well, we've watched the BDTV breakfast show.
Most definitely.
Start with the news in the morning, then move to the newspaper review, to business morning, to the big story, and of course, social listening now. Quite interesting stories, and it's a lovely week so far.
Yes, yes.
Next week is another week.
I want to wish Two-Face a fantastic married life with Natasha. Great news and great things should keep on happening to you. I leave it at that.
Amen. All right. Well, this is where we wrap it up this morning on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Thank you for watching.
Yes.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV. I'm David Olujimi, your host. And before we go into what's been going on in the market, we start with some business news making the rounds. We're starting with the Director General of Nigerian Communications Satellite Limited, or known as NIGECOMSAT, Jane Egerton Idehen, has announced a bold projection of $3 billion in average annual revenue. As the company, the agency is intensifying its efforts to reposition itself as a key player in the digital economy. Speaking at the Devs in Government MDO Workshop series in Abuja, she emphasized NIGECOMSAT's shift beyond traditional broadcasting to explore new revenue streams and deliver innovative connectivity solutions. Then Idehen noted that extending products lifecycle and increasing awareness of NIGECOMSAT services would be critical to achieving the revenue goal. The Technical Director of Technical Services, Abiodun Atta, also revealed that NIGECOMSAT has partnered with mobile network operators to carry 2G, 3G, and 4G in underserved rural areas, marking a significant departure from the agency's previously government-focused operations. The workshop that was sponsored by the Galaxy Backbone and the World Bank spotlighted NIGECOMSAT's transformation with its infrastructure and enterprise focus. The agency is now a major enabler of Nigeria's digital future. Then we move on to Dangote Cement, that is announcing plans to commission its 3 million tons per annum grinding plant in Cote d'Ivoire by the third quarter of 2025. A move that is expected to reinforce its African presence and boost regional exports. The CEO of Dangote Cement, Arvind Pathak, in a note to NGX, highlighted an 18.2% increase in clinkers exports from Nigeria, with 18 shipments to Ghana and Cameroon, underscoring the growing relevance of the company's Pan-African strategy and commitment to regional trade. Pathak reaffirmed the company's strategic focus on long-term value creation and cost efficiency. He reviewed the phased delivery of the 1,600 CNG powered trucks, aimed at significantly reducing logistic costs and improving environmental sustainability. Then, commenting on the company's financial performance, he stated that the group's EBITDA grew by 41.8% to 945 billion, while the group's profit surged by 174%, reflecting strong operational efficiency and disciplined execution. Dangote Cement, which is Africa's largest cement producer, has a 52 million tons per annum capacity across the continent, including 35.25 million tons per annum in Nigeria. The company has facilities in Obajana, Kogi State, Ibeshek, Ogun State, Boko in Benue State, and Okpela in Edo State. The company has transformed Nigeria into a net exporter of cement and clinker, serving countries across West, Central, and East Africa. Then to Seplat Energy, the upstream energy company has reported an outstanding performance in its unaudited half-year 2025 results, as its revenue surged to 2.167 trillion from 5.575 billion in H1 2024. Gross profit soared to 751 billion from 247.5 billion year on year. Production averaged 134.492 barrels of oil equivalent per day, a 178% increase, surpassing 2025 guidance midpoint. Operating profit rose to 601 billion naira, and cash generated from operations hit 1.188 trillion naira, reflecting strong operational efficiency. The company delivered a robust production performance, which solidly reinforced the final year 2025 guidance, supported by strong earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization of 1.139 trillion, up from 364 billion in H1 2024. Offshore and onshore operations posted robust growth, with 25.9 thousand barrels of oil per day added through idle well restoration, and carbon emissions intensity dropped to 26.7 kilograms of CO2 per barrel of oil equivalent. Seplat achieved over 15.3 million man-hours without lost time injury, and the Ano gas plant began live hydrocarbon commissioning in July. In dollar terms, the company's revenue hit $1.4 billion, with adjusted EBITDA at $735 million. Net debt dropped to $676 million, following a $100 million repayment. Seplat declared a 4.6 cent dividend per share, reaffirming 2025 guidance, and looks ahead to its capital market day on September 18, 2025. Nigeria's leading FMCG giants. Then we move on to Nigeria's leading FMCG giants, Bua Foods, that posted an impressive 101% year-on-year growth in profit before tax to 276.1 billion naira for the half year ended June 30, 2025. According to its unaudited financial results filed with the NGX on Wednesday, the company reported a 36% increase in its revenue to 912.5 billion naira, this was buoyed by solid performances across its core product segments: sugar, flour, pasta, and rice. Particularly remarkable was the 2,923% surge in rice revenue, highlighting the success of Bua's foray into Nigeria's local rice value chain. Its gross profit went up by 55% to 339 billion naira, and its gross margin improved to 37.2% from 32.4% in H1 2024. Earnings per share nearly doubled to 14.45 from 7.27 naira per share. Operating profit also climbed 41% to 284.8 billion naira, and on the balance sheet, total assets grew to 1.33 trillion naira, and equity rose by 60.6% to 689 billion, reflecting a strong financial position. The managing director of Bua Foods, Engineer Dr. Ayodele Abiyoye, said that the result reinforces Bua's operational efficiency and resilience. He emphasized that the company's focus on affordability, scale, and value delivery amid macroeconomic headwinds, with ongoing investment in backward integration and manufacturing, are driving long-term sustainable growth and regional food security. Then we'll move on to National Salt Company of Nigeria, NASCON, a subsidiary of Dangote Industry, a company that is focused on salt refining and production, reporting a 222% year-on-year growth in its profit after tax, hitting 15.6 billion PAT up for the 6 months ended June 30, 2025. This is a significant uptick from the 4.8 billion reported in the same period last year. Surge was driven by strong revenue performances, improved cost management, and increased investment income, according to the company's Q2 financial statement. Revenue rose by 55% to 78.2 billion naira, boosted by higher sales volume across its salt and seasoning lines and pricing adjustments in response to inflation. Gross profit grew by 70% to 37.4 billion, while operating profit nearly tripled to 21.3 billion naira. Finance income jumped to 2.4 billion, with finance costs declining by 34%, thus resulting in a net finance income of 1.95 billion naira, up from 33 million in H1 2024. Its total assets jumped by 42% to 101.6 billion, and its cash holding also doubled. Earnings per share surged to 11.54 naira per share, and as of July 30th, the share price is about 99.9 naira, up 162% from the 38 naira it started this year with. And after the break, we're returning to a breakdown of what the market did on Thursday, that's yesterday. On the market yesterday, we saw another uptick as we recorded from July the 1st to July the 31st, total bullish run every day in the NGX. Yesterday, the NGX All Share Index inched closer to the 140,000 mark, as we saw the NGX gain 0.42% to close at 139,863.52. In the first month of H2 of the second half of the year, we've seen the market gain over 10%. Year to date, we've seen the market inch to gain 35.89%, officially outperforming its 2024 performance. Total traded volume, we saw 1.109 billion shares traded in deals worth about 33.65 billion naira, and our market cap 88.425 trillion naira. Amongst our top gainers, we saw total bid, full bid on Wema Bank, which gained 10% to close at the share price of 22 naira. So UACN also go up after the news of its acquisition of Chi Limited. It went up uptick of 10% to hit 18 naira 30 kobo. Then we move on to Guinness. We saw its share price go up by 9.96% to hit 117 naira, one of its highest share price levels since 2018. Then we saw the same thing. We saw a significant uptick in Skyway Aviation Handling Company, 9.95% gain to hit a share price of 19 naira. Then Micure, 9.69% gain to hit a share price of 15 naira 85 kobo. Amongst our losers, we saw AXA Mansard Insurance down 10%. We saw full offers on most of the top losers of yesterday. AXA Mansard down 10% to close at the share price of 11 naira 70 kobo. Len Africa PLC, the publishing company, was also down by 10% to close at the share price of 6 naira 30 kobo. FTN Cocoa Processors was down by 10% to close at the share price of 5 naira 67 kobo. Then we saw similar thing in the Initiates PLC that has been one of the top gainers of 2025. It went down by 10% to hit a share price of 13 naira 50 kobo. And Ikeja Hotels also went down 9.96% to close at the share price of 20 naira 80 kobo. Our top traded stocks of yesterday was led by FCMB, as we saw about 121.5 million shares of FCMB traded in deals worth about 1.22 billion naira. Universal Insurance also 91.547 million shares in deals worth around about 72 million. Universal Insurance has been one of the top traded stocks for this week. We've seen the performance of that. We've seen a lot of action on that particular penny stock on Thursday, on Wednesday, on Tuesday, and even on Monday. Fidelity Bank saw 81 million of Fidelity Bank shares traded in deals worth about 1.7 billion naira. Regency Insurance Company, we saw Regency Alliance Insurance. We saw significant trading volume on Regency Alliance Insurance, as we saw 64.530 million shares in deals worth about 52 million naira. Then Real Exchange 47.123 million shares in deals worth about 79.549. So we saw a lot of action taking on our penny stocks in the market yesterday. Now we'll move on to the global market index, where we see Dow in the US. We saw just about 12 noon in the US, about 12 noon Eastern Standard Time, we saw Dow Jones slight uptick, less than 0.01%. So it was basically a flat movement. Then we saw S&P index up by 0.50%, slightly ticking up to the 6,400 mark. This is just less than a month after hitting the 6,000 mark. Then Nasdaq Composite solidly in the 21,000 region, almost gained 1 percentage point to close at 21,327 points. The earnings results that has been responsible for a major uptick in the Nigerian market is also responsible for a major uptick in the US market, as we've been seeing quite a bit of bullish action on the US exchanges, on the US stock market. In Asia, the Nikkei 225 went up by 1% on Thursday to close at 41,069 points. Then the Kospi index down marginally 0.28 points, 0.28% to hit 3,245. Then the Hang Seng index of Hong Kong was down by 1.60% to close at 24,773 points. Then in Europe, it was also a mix. It was basically not a mix, but we saw bullish action, bearish action, beg your pardon, throughout. From the UK, there was a marginal decline in the FTSE 100, which is the benchmarks, which is the flagship benchmark of the London Stock Exchange, down 0.05%. We see the FTSE at 9,132 points. In France, down 1.14%. The CAC 40 is down was closed at around 7,700 points yesterday. Then in Germany, 0.73% decline as the DAX index was closed at just slightly above the 24,000 mark. And on the currency side, not much of an update. We've seen the naira hover at the 1,530 region against the dollar. However, against the euros and against the pounds, it rallied significantly. Against the euros, it went 1,753. On further days, we've been seeing it hit 1,800, 1,770. However, against the British pounds, it went up significantly from 2,060 at the start of this week. Yesterday, the naira closed against the British pounds 2,024 naira. And that's all we can take on market updates. And after the break, we're going to be returning with a breakdown of Nigerian companies. We're going to be returning with a review of earnings results seen so far in the Nigerian investing space. Stay with us.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Over the past 2 weeks, we've seen a lot of results, earnings report from the first half of 2025 dropping on the NGX. They've been dropping like water, basically, and that's what's expected when we get into mid-July, which is like the end of the first half of the year. So we've seen Dangote Cement, we've seen all of the big cement players drop, we've seen all of the brewers, save for international breweries, to drop their earnings results for the half year. We've seen First Bank lead the way amongst the bank. We've seen First Bank, Sterling amongst the consumer goods. We've seen from Nestle, we've seen from UAC, we've seen from Cadbury, we've seen from quite a number of them. So we are going to be having a brief review of some of those results before we go. But before we do that, let's go back in time to our show on Monday. On Monday, I had a discussion with Matilda Adifalujo from Mary Stem, and we reviewed Dangote Cement's H1 2025 performance. We're going to just play a short clip of what was discussed that day, then we'll come back to the show. Stay with us.
I mean, like you've highlighted, the profits that that they currently have is quite massive, and the core drivers, I would say, they had some level of margin resilience, not just top line expansion. But the big thing that we are seeing now is their pricing. They were able to massively do some things, or reduce their costs, the cost that they normally incur. So particularly we have in Nigeria, where their ex-factory prices, it held firm despite, softer volumes. So we saw some an interplay of, price adjustment and how it helped in terms of, reducing costs. Also you'd see that their production costs also, inched like very marginally by 2.4% year on year, and which is actually, if you ask me, I would say it is quite remarkable, especially in this inflationary environment. There was also FX management. They were also able to, instead of the 103 billion FX loss that they had last year, they had FX gains this time around, and for the first time, I don't know in how long, can't remember, I have to look again. But it's quite impressive that they were able to move from a place of FX losses to gains, and the fact that we have a relatively stable exchange rate environment is also, a key driver. So this time around, we're able to take some form of pressure off finance costs, which dropped massively. So yes, I would say that their pricing helped, but most importantly, operating efficiency and some level of balance sheet cleanup was able to, help drive their earnings this time around.
Okay. So now the question is, we've seen that they are in full year 2024, they hit a net income profit after tax of 503 billion. By H1, they already hit a net income of 520 billion. So basically, do you think, how does this performance, how does it influence your expectations for FY 2025? If you ask a layman, the layman will probably just say that means they are going to probably hit 1 trillion net income by the end of 2025. Or what are your expectations basically for the company at the end of this year?
Yeah, largely in line, seeing that they've already matched their 2024 full year profits by June. And Q3 is usually, for cement players, Q3 is usually their strongest quarter because, it's dry season, so there's a lot of, construction. So I would say that the upside is still very much on the table. So I believe that if they can, hold this line on cost and, also get some much more optics on their volumes in this second half, we're looking at one of the strongest full year earnings sprints that we've seen from them in recent history, right? So I believe that if they're able to just consolidate some of the things that, there are the strategies that they put in place this time around. Also, I would say that the risks would now lie in if we see a dramatic reversal in FX. Maybe there is a sharp depreciation, or the monetary authorities now decide to do a devaluation, which I do not see on the table, or maybe there is a disruption in terms of energy supply or even energy costs, with all of these tariffs flying around. So if we see, some major reversal, I believe that they are on the way to, even stronger earnings in 2025 full year. So we are looking at, strong upside to what they had in 2024. And also I believe that this, in a way, opens up room for a higher dividend payout this time around. I'm looking at between, say, 40 to 55 naira.
So now you're speaking the language of investors.
I know, right? So it's expected that, this will also drive them to pay higher dividends, and, to entice investors to do more. So it's really hard not to stay bullish on Dangsem.
Now you answered, you made mention of some of the risk factors that exist, some of the factors of potential energy costs. But I think with the arrival of that,
like you've highlighted, the profits that that they currently have is quite massive, and the core drivers, I would say, they had some level of margin resilience, not just top line expansion. But the big thing that we are seeing now is their pricing. They were able to massively do some things, or reduce their costs the cost that they normally incur. So particularly we have in Nigeria where their ex-factory prices, held firm despite, softer volumes. So we saw some an interplay of, price adjustment and how it helped in terms of, reducing costs. Also you'd see that their production costs also, inched like very marginally by 2.4% year on year, and which is actually, if you ask me, I would say it is quite remarkable, especially in this inflationary environment. There was also FX management. They were also able to, instead of the 103 billion FX loss that they had last year, they had FX gains this time around, and for the first time, I don't know in how long, can't remember, I have to look again, but it's quite impressive that they were able to move from a place of FX losses to gains, and the fact that we have a relatively stable exchange rate environment is also, a key driver. So this time around, we're able to take some form of pressure off finance costs, which dropped massively. So yes, I would say that their pricing helped, but most importantly, operating efficiency and some level of balance sheet clean up was able to, help drive their earnings this time around.
Okay. So now the question is, we've seen that they are in full year 2024, they hit a net income profit after tax of 503 billion. By H1, they already hit a net income of 520 billion. So basically, do you think, how does this performance, how does it influence your expectations for FY 2025? If you ask a layman, the layman will probably just say that means they are going to probably hit 1 trillion net income by the end of 2025. Or what are your expectations basically for the company at the end of this year? So on Monday we talked about Dangote Cement. All our attention basically focused on Dangote Cement. But today we're just going to be juxtaposing Nigeria's giant cement makers. We have Dangote Cement, Bua Cement, then we have Lafarge Africa, or WAPCO as is known in some quarters. Basically, when you look at their revenue, you see that according to what's going on your screen, you see that Dangote Cement has made a revenue of 2.07 trillion. When compared against Bua Cement and Lafarge, we see that it's a huge leap from what others made during the year. We see Bua Cement with a revenue of 580 billion, just slightly above a quarter of what Dangote made. Lafarge also 517 billion, is slightly above a quarter. But when compared to H1 2024, you see that across the board, Dangote, Bua, and Lafarge, we've seen significant growth in revenue, sales for both companies. And you look at their gross profit for the year, we see gross profit, we see Dangote with 1.2 trillion, we see Bua with 286 billion, and Lafarge with 296 billion in terms of gross profit. On the screen, we also give a breakdown of the gross margin, and we see Dangote Cement leading in terms of gross margin. Gross margin is basically the gross profit all over just against the revenue. That's the percentage of the percentage of the revenue that was retained as gross profit. We see Dangote leading in that aspect. Also, we see Dangote leading with 59%. Dangote's cost of sales just slightly upticked in H1 2025 by 2% from H1 2024. A phenomenon that has got market watchers really perplexed, because it's wonderful how they were able to maintain such a small growth in their sales costs between last year till this year. And for Bua, you see the gross margin at 49%. It's not bad, but when compared to Dangote, that's a 10 percentage point gap. You see the same thing, however, for Lafarge, it's very impressive also, 57% gross margin. So in terms of gross margin, we see Dangote leading the chart. When it comes to revenue, comes to profit, we basically have to give it all to Dangote, because Dangote is by far a bigger. In fact, in Africa, Dangote is, in sub-Saharan Africa, Dangote is regarded as the largest cement producer. It has factories and plants across 14 African countries, and we just announced that they have a plan to start a new one in Cote d'Ivoire. So it's a large scale operation compared to Boa and Lafarge that are just Nigerian based companies. Dangote has about 10 million tons of production capacity in South Africa, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, and the like. So when it comes to the numbers, you see that Dangote leads. However, where you can now position Dangote against others is when it comes to the margin and the ratios also. So in terms of operating profit, Dangote is more than quadruples whatever we have from Lafarge, and more than triples what we have from Boa. Boa has a operating profit of 245 billion, and for Lafarge it was 192 billion. And in operating margin, we see Dangote also still leading in terms of operating margin, 39%, and Boa 42%. Lafarge, however, in terms of operating margin, I beg your pardon, Boa climbed up in that aspect. Boa had an operating margin of 42%. Then Lafarge had an operating margin of 37%. Across board, relatively across board, when compared to other sectors of other companies listed on the NGX, super impressive. However, when juxtaposed against each other, we see Boa leading in this aspect. Profit before tax, the pre-tax profit, we see Dangote also giving up some very significant numbers. And something very interesting about the profit before tax is the fact that for Lafarge, it's 200 billion. It's more than its operating profit of 192 billion. As the company recorded significant finance income of about 10 billion naira. The company's income from its fixed deposit accounts, and it had basically the company put some money into some. Basically, the company invested in some financial instruments that made it income during the half year. In terms of profit before tax margin, in terms of its pre-tax margin, we see that on this scale, Lafarge now begins to lead. Lafarge leads with 39% as against Boa's 37%. Dangote slightly declined in this aspect, so 35%. Total assets, Dangote also leads with 6.6 trillion naira against Boa's 1.6 trillion naira. Then for the first time, Lafarge's total assets went up to 1 trillion naira. And in terms of current assets, we see Dangote up by 1.98 trillion naira. More than, like I said, more than quadruple the current assets of Boa and Lafarge. Boa and Lafarge had relatively 460 billion and 408 billion. Where this begins to make a lot of sense is in the fact that you have something called a current ratio. A current ratio, mathematically or academically, is the ratio of the current assets against current liabilities. It's a measure of how much of a company's current assets can be used to pay off its current liabilities, or can be used to settle its short-term obligations, which are its current liabilities. And for all three of them, when you juxtapose them against other players in Africa, across the world, and even on the NGX, we'll say they posted relatively impressive current ratios. Dangote 0.74. Dangote is a big industry, it's a big company, it's a big machinery. Boa had 0.93, but very impressive was Lafarge that had a current ratio of 1.04. When you look at the progression, you discover that from this point you begin to observe where Lafarge kind of trumps others in the market. Dangote is a way bigger company. We've already established that fact, that Dangote is way bigger than whatever the rest of them could be, than whatever the rest of them are right now. However, when it comes to operational efficiency, the ability to convert its assets into revenue, we've seen Lafarge demonstrate some level of. Even more impressive is the fact that in H1 2025, Lafarge took on no new borrowings, basically financed all of its working capital from revenue from its internally generated revenue. In terms of asset turnover ratio, we also see that efficiency in display. We see asset turnover ratio, which is basically the ratio of the total asset or the net sales of the company against its total assets. For Dangote, it was 0.31. For BUA, 0.36. Basically, what this means is that for every 1 naira asset that each of this company owns, for Dangote, for every 1 naira asset it owns, 31 kobo of it is converted into revenue, which is impressive, right? For BUA, it's 36 kobo converted. However, for Lafarge, it was 50 kobo of its asset converted into revenue. It has demonstrated the ability to sweat its assets the most. And analysts will use that term. They'll say sweat its assets. Asset sweating capacity. When it comes to asset sweating capacity, we see Lafarge on the so what this means we can't really say if asset turnover ratio will see Lafarge. Maybe when Lafarge becomes a much bigger entity, we'll be able to, but just by the face value, with an asset turnover ratio of 50 kobo for 1 naira of asset, this means that if Lafarge had the same volume of assets that Dangote had, this is just a very layman. This is a layman's analogy. We are not taking into consideration all of the factors that affect production and all of the geographical, considering the fact that Dangote operates across various markets. And so basically, but just on a layman's level, very surface level, if it had the same amount of assets that Dangote had, it means that Lafarge have the capacity to probably be generating as much as 3 trillion in revenue, as much as 3.2 trillion in revenue. Then it's net operating cash flow. This is where we see Dangote also trump everybody. Net operating cash flow, Dangote had a net operating cash flow of 874 billion naira. That is a lot of cash. Then BUA Cement had a net operating cash flow of 150 billion, and for Lafarge it was 83 billion naira. Then let's look at the free cash flow. The free cash flow is when you have taken out the sum used for capital expenditure during the period. So the free cash flow, we still see Dangote at the top there, 711 billion of free cash flow at the end of H1 2025. BUA Cement had a free cash flow of 134 billion. And for Lafarge, it was 54 billion. For each of these companies, this is way impressive figures. This is cash flow that can be used in investing, that can be used to finance working capital for the remaining periods of the year. And that's all we can take on a very short review or short summary of what these 3 companies have done in H1 2025. And that's all we can take on the show this morning. We're well out of time. Thank you for sticking with us on Economy and Markets. I'm your host, David Olujimi. See you on Monday.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome to the bdtv News at Noon. I am Glory Brown. Thanks for joining us this afternoon. Let's see what's making headlines. Trump raises tariffs on Nigerian imports to 15% in fresh round of trade bout. Naira losses 0.3% as external reserves rise by $2.16 billion in July. Former Akwa Ibom APC chairman quits party. Southampton rejects Everton's £27 million bid for Disney. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where exports to the United States will now attract a 15% tariff following the signing of a July 31st executive order by the U.S. President Donald Trump, which modified America's reciprocal tariff system. The new tariff, which will take effect from August 7th, formally places Nigeria among about 40 countries penalized for having what Washington considers an unbalanced trade relationship with the U.S. Trump had formally imposed a 40% tariff on Nigerian imports in April as part of a spate of tariff strikes expected to boost U.S. manufacturing, punishing other countries for what he called years of unfair trade practices. Under the new structure, countries with which the U.S. had a trade deficit will now face a default 15% duty on all goods entering American borders, while nations with a U.S. trade surplus, by contrast, will pay a lower 10%. Moving on, the Naira depreciated slightly by 0.3% against the dollar at the official foreign exchange market in July, as Nigeria's external reserves rose by $2.16 billion, reflecting improved FX inflows and continued market stability. According to CBN, the local currency, which opened at 1,529.57 Naira per dollar on 1st of July 2025, closed the month at 1,533.55 Naira on Thursday, losing 3.98 Naira over the 31-day period. On a day-on-day basis, the Naira remained stable on Thursday, closing at 1,533.55 Naira per dollar, at marginal gain of 0.97 Naira from the 1,534.52 Naira recorded the previous day at the Nigeria Foreign Exchange Market. At the parallel market, also known as the black market, the Naira ended July unchanged at 1,560 Naira per dollar, but depreciated during Thursday trading by 0.6% from 1,550 Naira on Wednesday, marking a daily loss of 10 Naira. To end the local news, the former chairman of the All Progressive Congress in Akwa Ibom State, Augustine Ekenem, has announced his resignation from the party amid ongoing political realignment in the state. Ekenem, reportedly known for his grassroots mobilization skills, had long been at the center of a leadership crisis that fractured the party's state chapter. The former chairman was elected in 2021 after securing 1,278 votes at the Congress, while his tenure was cut short when a federal high court in Abuja declared Stephen Leo Ntukeko as the authentic state chairman. The court also ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to withdraw the certificate of return issued to Ekenem's executive committee. Now on to the foreign scene. The United States says it is imposing sanctions on Palestinian Authority officials and members of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, denying them visas for travel to the country. The U.S. State Department announced this on Thursday, accusing the two organizations of taking actions to institutionalize its conflict with Israel supporting terrorism, including incitement and glorification of violence in textbooks. According to reports, the show stopped strong U.S. support for Israel and contrasts with moves by France, Britain, and Canada, which indicates they will recognize the state of Palestine. Reports, however, revealed that it is not yet clear whether Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas would be barred from entering the U.S. for a United Nations General Assembly meeting in September. To end the news, Southampton has rejected a £27 million offer from Everton for 19-year-old Southampton winger Tyler Diblin. According to reports, the Toffees retained an interest in the England under-21 international and are expected to make an improved offer to land the highly rated attacker. Diblin had attracted interest from a number of Premier League clubs after scoring twice in 33 Premier League appearances for the relegated Saints last season. Everton has struggled to strengthen their squad this summer, with manager David Moyes saying the club are running out of time to sign players despite having money to spend. This is where we'll wrap it up this afternoon on the BusinessDay News at noon. I am Glory Brown. Keep watching bdtv.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
watching Business Day Television.
Inclusive tourism is to have everybody into consideration when you design, when you develop anything that has to do with tourism. So inclusive of people, for example, with disabilities, inclusive of women, inclusive of local communities, inclusive of people that are different from us, the diversity that we're talking about. That is what we're talking about when we're talking about inclusive tourism. The government has to always provide the framework where we all operate. What is important is for the government not to put an excess burden in the operations and ease the way we're doing business. So all these double taxations, triple taxations, fees, levies, and all these kind of things, they have to be streamlined in a way that will empower the industry rather than hindering it. The major takeaway from today is that tourism and hospitality becomes a headline, becomes a hardcore point of discussion. It's an industry that can only grow, an industry that can provide Nigeria extreme growth and extreme development.
Inclusive tourism is ensuring that you partner the locals, the local community, the indigenes of the community, the indigenes of the states, where you have this cultural heritage, bringing them together and making sure that they participate. Participation is by training them, absorbing them into hospitality assets in the space that you operate. So that's an inclusive and it's a mutually beneficial, process where they learn, they earn the revenue, they transform the GDP and economy of the states, and the country is the better for it. Okay, so it's projection, how we project ourselves. It's the most important. When you project negativity comes back to you. So we as citizens of this country must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria is a blessed country. It's one of the most blessed countries of the world. There's no place like Nigeria. There's no point, Jackman, when there are immense opportunities, especially in my space that I operate, which is hospitality. Primary reason for investing in Nigeria is to create jobs, 2, to create more jobs, 3, to even create more jobs. This we have implemented at Ikogosi Wonsu Resort by transforming the economy of the state. 70% of our staff are locals. These are custodians of the cultural heritage and the cultural marvel, which is Ikogosi Wonsu Resort. This is a spring of warm and cold water spring, the only warm and cold water spring anywhere in the world, where warm water and cold water flow side by side, maintaining their proper thermal properties and not mixing. You don't have anywhere. If you have places like this in Dubai, people like you will spend hundreds, thousands of dollars to visit. We have these things, assets, heritage, cultural heritage in Nigeria, and we have this in every other state. Every state has a cultural heritage. So we must be intentional. We must project positivity about the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, this image that we project will encourage people to visit Nigeria. It's going to transform our GDP, and this is just the start. And this government is intentional in reviving the tourism sector of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think we're in the right direction.
The issues we have in Nigeria are not difficult. It's not new. It's something we see elsewhere, and the best way to bring a solution or to actually make sure that those problems don't exist anymore is for all of us to agree that we want to make Nigeria an hub, a destination for tourism in Africa. And also we have the resources, we have the manpower, and we have the culture to actually make that happen. So as long as both private and public sector can agree and can say to themselves, it's possible, this is possible, I'm sure we're going to excel at it. Educate the public, let everybody know that Nigeria is a hub, is a place where people can come to and actually have fun and actually learn about culture, about food, about music and movie. People are already excited about those anyway. So if we, put our hands together, both the public and the private sector, I'm sure we can do a good job of making sure that those problems don't exist anymore. So one of the things they can do is, for example, tax holiday, for very serious tourism company, tour companies who want to actually welcome people into Nigeria. Security will be good, top of the list. Fixing our airports, let it be warm, welcoming, let people come in freely, not harassed by any, law enforcement at the airport will help. Making sure that we have good infrastructure in place, electricity, good roads, and all that. These things are not difficult. So if we can just, take our time and make sure that these things are in place, I'm sure we will do a good job of improving the quality of tourist experience when they come to Nigeria. So what we try to do is because of the peculiar nature of our business, because our business we're just not a tour company. We're a company that wants people to have good experience when they go on holiday. So one of the things that we do is that we try to showcase and try to bridge the gap that poor infrastructure and lack of security, created in welcoming people into Nigeria. So we do that by providing those infrastructure privately, making sure that we use the best of the hotels that have 24/7 electricity, making sure that we use the air-conditioned buses, making sure that we take them to interesting places. We will watch over them. We try to make sure that they have a good time. Anytime they have Nigeria, they have no reason to fear. We control places they go. We do our due diligence and make sure that wherever our customers go, they don't have any complaints. So by the time they go back and tell everybody else, it looks like, okay, it's a different country that I went to, not Nigeria. Well, I can see the effort, I can see the interest, I can see the desire for people to want to grow tourism in Nigeria, and that's good. That's the beginning, but that's the way it ends. We need to keep this conversation going. Let's not end it here at this conference. It's a good thing that BusinessDay has decided to pick this up. I'm excited about it, that people are focusing on tourism, but we need to keep the conversation going. When we go back to our offices, when we go back to our circle, some government officials are here, some people who know people in high places are here. Let's keep the conversation going. Let's keep talking about it. The more we talk about it, the more we discuss it, people will definitely, people that we need to respond will respond, and they will do something about that. We'll see the change that we're looking for.
So Nigeria, in my opinion, is tapped into tourism, but we are not operating at the level that we can, considering the potential that we have and the human capital that we have, the raw talent in the industry. Something that Stella Fubara, the keynote speaker, said today really, I think, hits home. Tourism doesn't start with the tourists. It starts with the experiences that those of us in the market create for the tourists. It has to do with the product. Is it being created and delivered at a high standard? For example, we are in the hospitality management space. We manage hotels and short-let apartments, and we deliver professional management services in that regard. Technical services advisory. We also do turnkey solutions, so we can take you from a greenfield project that's just starting construction to a fully blown and operational hotel. Now we ask ourselves, if we're not creating a product, the hotel rooms, the food and beverage, the entertainment, if we're not delivering those at a high standard, you're not going to have tourists come. If we're not marketing that we can deliver this to you, you're not going to have tourists come. And more importantly, if you're not investing in the people, the raw talent, not just in the cities, but also in the villages, if you're not teaching them how to curate, like Stella said, curate the culture to have it be an export so that people can understand what you're about, then you're really not in the business of tourism. So I think it starts with ourselves. We have to understand the products we're trying to deliver and curate it at a high standard, and also make sure that the delivery is excellent. The customer is always right. Our flagship hotel, for example, Amber Residence, which is in Ikeja GRA, it has 69 rooms. It's a business conference hotel at the 3-star level. We regularly have as our guests captains of industry who deliver events and have conferences at our hotels. We also have NGOs that have service level agreements with us where they host their events and sensitization programs there. So for us, this is a way, for example, of partnering with corporates and NGOs who have a global business. And for those that they invite from out of the country as their guests, we have them hosted at our hotel and we show them what it really means to have African hospitality. So that's a way of taking the name, not just of the brand, but of Nigeria out there. We also are developing an AHS Academy, because I will tell you, One thing in the industry that we are lacking is also training. We're lacking properly trained professionals who can, like I said, deliver the standard at a high level. And so we are working on an AHS Academy where we're looking to partner with institutes of hospitality training schools, so that we can take raw talent, whether you've gone to school for hospitality or not, and teach you the tools of the trade. What does it mean, for example, to do housekeeping properly? What does it mean to run a restaurant within a hotel properly? What does it mean to run a front office and reservations? Do you know how to use property management software? We recently had a retreat, actually, where all our general managers from the different cities in which we operate, Lagos, Benin, and Owerri, came to Lagos, and we were able to exchange ideas to see what's working in different parts of our business. And something that came up from there is that the AHS Academy we're developing definitely needs to accelerate, because beyond training people for our own brand, we're able to train leaders and hospitality professionals that can be deployed to several companies within the industry. So that's what we hope to contribute and are currently contributing. I've been able to meet with our fellow sponsors, including Ikogosi Warm Springs Resort, and I see that there is a lot that we can do together. We had a fantastic conversation, myself and Ada Matthews, about packages. A hotel is only one aspect of hospitality. You have restaurants, you have tour operators, you have those who are really going into the hinterland and finding the talent. You have fashion, textiles, you have entertainment. So what does it look like to band together, to connect with one another, to develop packages that sell? It's very important that the different operators within our market connect with one another to figure out how we can deliver the best packages to the customer. So if I manage hotels, for example, I necessarily need to partner with tour operators, partner with restaurants, partner with film houses and entertainment providers, dance companies. It's an entire ecosystem. Not one of us can make this industry successful. So I think we need to increase the level of partnerships and connections within the industry, so that we're delivering packages that the customer loves. And we should be looking at tourism not just outwardly but inwardly. How do we get Nigerians to be interested in knowing what's happening all around, the country? Because if they have a good experience, they themselves, it's free publicity. They'll go outside the country and let people know this is a fantastic hotel, this is a fantastic group, they're partnering very well, we have products that you'll enjoy. I'll maybe just end and say there's a reason I think Amazon as a company is successful, is because they've put the customer first. I'm a very big fan of identifying who's your client when you're in this industry. How can you best serve them? At Amber, we have a saying whenever we pick up the phone call. We say, "My name is Josephine Shafi. How can I best serve you?"
Inclusive tourism is as simple as it sounds. Inclusive tourism, it means that every single person, from able to disabled, from buoyant to struggling, let me put it that way, is able to is able to enjoy our tourism and then to be able to exploit as locals. So I feel like inclusive tourism means focusing on people who both can access it because they are able and people who can't because they are disabled, and create things around those people that even though you're blind or you're deaf or you cannot walk, you still have access to to this cultural site, and you don't feel left out because we have embraced what inclusive tourism is for as a whole. We need to look inward. We need to do better. We can have 100 of these conferences, but if we do not decide to take action as soon as possible, we will continue to talk. So my major takeaway again is we need to do better. We need to promote ourselves. We need to value ourselves. When you value yourself, you value what you have. You value your home. When you value your home, you don't talk bad about it. You try and make it better. You hide your secret. I believe that's what having a home does. And so I believe very strongly again that we need to do better in terms of promoting our own culture. A lot of us at the end of the month or at the end of the summer, a lot of people are going abroad because they want to enjoy. It's Christmas, people want to go somewhere to explore that. We're going to Indonesia, we're going to Dubai. In fact, we're even so angry that Dubai is treating us so badly. I think 45 years old must come accompanied. It's a joke. And I believe that by the time we start to respect ourselves, respect what we have as a company, as a country, and then it's very easy for people also to respect what we have. We do not come from the challenges point of view. Doesn't mean that it's not there. However, what we have done is to be able to, for instance, set up a training school. It's called Veteran Synergy Training School. This training school teaches both expatriates and locals on cultural competence. It teaches business owners on what to do when they want to set up a business. It teaches, on things like inclusive tourism. And then we also have an arm in our company also called the Hospitality Recruitment and Placement Services. What this means is basically an app-based company that allows you as a business owner to go online and then search for a job seeker who is already registered on our platform, and automatically there's an algorithm that matches. But beyond that, that is not the best of our features. We have a blacklist because you find that regardless of what structure you put into the hospitality industry, it is either going to succeed or fail, determined on the kind of staff, the quality of staff that you have there. So it's very, very important that you have good quality of staff. And so we've said, you know what, this hospitality industry, the staff almost nearly get away with anything. And so this app has a blacklist end where any staff that you've hired that has misbehaved, as long as you're a member of our platform, you see that person, and so you don't make hiring mistakes. We also make sure that you go to the proper authorities for background checks. We do your address verification, your educational education. Before you're even placed, Veteran Synergy Training School partners with the hospitality recruitment. And before you're placed to anywhere, we've already trained you. And so this is how we are trying to make sure that by giving you stable, informed and educated people, it's very easy for them to come to your business and make it thrive. That is beyond what Veteran as a whole company, which is providing sustainable solutions to African-owned and African-based businesses generally.
I think infrastructure will happen as soon as one understands that you have to have a structure which is sustainable in growth. Growth and sustainability starts with its youth. So that's the first investment one has to take. The second one is, if you talk the industry of hospitality and tourism, is that one has to come to a climate where a traveler, regardless from where, can arrive, depart and travel within seamlessly. That means visa regulations and airports have to be addressed and have to be structured in a way that the experience is simply there, positive. The infrastructure itself, my God, roads are roads. Electricity is electricity. Perhaps it contributes to the charm of a country. It is wherever you are. But I want to reach the country. I want to get in and out without any issues. Because if you look into Nigeria, before even the infrastructure talk comes again, it's a story. We need to tell the story of Nigeria, the riches of culture, of history, their people, their music, their colors, wherever you're going through. That's what we need to tell. And then we have something to show the world that is Nigeria, and not to be perceived as a risk. We are too good. We are too rich in our heritage, in what we can present to the outside, what nobody has. Take it. So if you take Nigeria as the cradle of humanity, my God, 250 different ethnic groups, kingdoms, you have the Nok terracotta art. It's all there. Now we need to tell this. People will be fascinated. But this has to be sent out, and we have to be proud ambassadors, all of us, to tell the outside, this is our Nigeria. This is where the African heartbeat is and will stay.
My major takeaway from today's event is we should be intentional and love what we do. If you're a farmer, imagine you being a farmer. You can never curse the seed you're going to plant or curse the land in which you're going to farm. So you must bless it and always say, God bless Nigeria. Let's be intentional with our country. We're the ones who would write the story. We're the ones who have the pen to change the narrative of what tourism is in Nigeria and what Nigeria is as a whole. And people make country. So the more we become good people in terms of hearing, see, feel, the more tourism will grow. And tourism is the new oil money. Inclusive tourism is absolutely necessary because no man is an island. And then if we're Pan-Africa, we can always
collaborate with all other countries within Africa, Pan-Africa tourism. Nigeria were known for us living outbound, but now inclusive, we could do inbound. Ikogosi described what Ikogosi looks like, as well as Obudukatu Ranch. Let's explore that. And there's so many other places one can explore. Delta states and Edo states. Imagine the moat of Benin City. That is already heritage. You go to London National Museum, you find all the artifacts in there. Perhaps maybe they may even have a clay from the moat. Our children don't even know history of the moat, which in those days was, as would I say, more historical than the China Wall. And in those days, just imagine where you could be looking at it from space. You could see the moat, but now you can see China Wall. So I believe inclusive tourism will promote our heritage, our culture. Let's dress. Where are the way? You can mix it. That is the inclusiveness, where everything can be infused and in sync.
Why is it needed now? It was needed yesterday. It's needed for the future. Tourism is the backbone on which countries can build their economic growth, their pride, job creation. As we said during the session, you look at countries like Singapore, you look at cities like Dubai, you look at countries like Turkey, and they realize very early on in the game that one of the ways they can elevate the entire country and the economics and the GDP was through tourism. People think tourism is about getting on a plane and going to a beach resort. There's medical tourism, there's academic tourism, there's religious tourism, there's business tourism, there's sports tourism, there's cultural tourism, there's culinary tourism. There is tourism for every aspect of business that you can think of. And when we curate a whole picture, motivating people to travel for any one of the reasons I just gave, that's what tourism is. So you can see it's all about economy. If you are a young entrepreneur and you are passionate about food, tap into culinary tourism. If you are passionate about religion, tap into religious tourism. It does not mean you become a tour operator. It means that you start to position and tell stories and narratives around your passion, and people will want to meet with you, travel to see you, or engage you in business that then elevates the economy. So take your passion. The minute you take your passion and you start talking about it, and people start doing business with you in your passion, you have turned your passion into tourism.
The event is a wonderful one. I've learned about being deliberate and intentional about what you want to do, and of course the need for us to develop an inclusive tourism in Nigeria, taking from the experiences of the Obudukatu Ranch, Ikogosi. It is important and instructive for us to develop our own tourism infrastructure so that people will stop having tourism flights. People going out of Nigeria when they have a lot of places that are unexplored here in Nigeria. His Excellency, the Governor of Cross River State, Senator Basio II, is a very deliberate and intentional man. To tell you that it's not just talking about developing the Obudukatu Ranch. Just last 2 weeks, the administration signed 18 billion, approved and signed 18 billion naira for the development of major infrastructural sites in the Cross River State. The Tinapa, the famous Tinapa, the Obudu Mountain Resort, of course, the Kwa Falls and the Agbokum waterfalls. Our government have been very, very deliberate about this, and of course, we believe that putting these things into place will open up Cross River even the more for tourists who have been enjoying the warmth of tourism in Cross River State. If you invest in tourism, especially in Cross River State, you are sure of making your money 200%. We told you the various tourist sites. We have the Nkarasi Monolith, which of course I think is at the concluding stage of UNESCO, taking it over as a World Heritage Site. We have the Agbokum Waterfalls, which is over a 200 meters waterfall. These are all places that investors can come in and invest build hotels, build holiday homes. Hydro energy can also be generated from there. So there are so many things. Of course, you see the Tina Park is a free trade zone. So investors who come in are very sure and are very certain that they will reap their investment. Of course, there at the Obudu Mountain Resort, we have designed we have designed a premium estate. So investors can come in and also key into that by by investing in the estates that will be sold for the very high and mighty in the society.
watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television.
Yeah, hello viewers, welcome to today's edition of BDTV Match Center, where we talk about trending topics in sports, making the rounds. With me today is my regular host, Ibrahim Abubakar.
Thank you for having me once again today.
Yeah, Bonk, good to have you today again.
Thank you. Good to be here on the program.
Yeah, Bonk, the last time we talked about our, Super Falcons, there were a lot of, issues about, the way they play and all of that. But I'm sure you're happy now that they finally won the AFCON.
Yes, I think a lot of Nigerians, for me, I'm a passionate follower of female football. We've watched several editions of WAFCON over the last 1 decade or more, 2 decades. So I can say I'm very, very happy with this win. This year winning, this particular edition, the Falcons victory is significant in the sense that they came from 2 goals down. And before then there was a Mission X NFF tag this edition Mission X mission tag to win the 10th edition, and then for them to go to Morocco and win this edition, it shows that it's commendable, and I'm very, very happy that for once the president have done something that I was very happy about, the reward given to the girls. I'm very happy that this Madugu has been able to build a team that. They didn't do well in the Olympics, and going to the tournament, I was not too optimistic about their chances, their attack. But I'm very happy the way Madugu has been able to build the attack. Okonkwo have been given more prominent role. Players who are like Oshoala, who they have not been doing well with the national team, they could sit in and come when they are needed.
Okay, fantastic. Ibrahim, are you happy to the one?
Yeah, the last time I was here, I told you that the Super Falcons should be getting a victory, and that was what happened on the night. I'm happy that they went there with a vision and they got it done, and that's commendable. Also, talking about the likes of Ochoala, I think age is no longer on their side. Ochoala has crossed, I think, 30 now. So yeah, you have players, younger players, more hungrier than her, who needed to be in that team as a starter. Then for experience, Ochoala can now come in from the bench, and which is what the manager did. And I think he will be looking to build on the success of what happened in WAFCON. And again, I think Morocco is also, hosting the next edition, because according to CAF, no other country has come forward to want to host it. So probably we will still go to Morocco again, and let's see what happens at the next edition.
Okay, fantastic. But basically, we're going to talk about transfer market today on the show. We're happy our darling Super Falcons brought the WAFCON back home. A lot of Nigerians are very excited about, their feats, and for me, I'm super excited. And kudos to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his rewards for the girls. Is a big motivation, irrespective of how people see it. But today's show, we are basically talking about transfer market, and one of the longest, should I say, the longest transfer speculation in football is in the last 5 years or so, finally put to bed yesterday night. We're talking about our own Victor Osimhen. There have been a lot of speculations from from 2023, 2024, whether he will leave Napoli. At the end of the day, he went to Galatasaray on loan. After the loan, a lot of speculations. English Premier League, Saudi Pro League, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the yesterday, flew into Turkey on Wednesday. As you know, again, fans were like, wow, he's like a god to them. And the deal was finally signed. The talking point is 15 million naira cash down, annual salary, 1 million in royal rights, 5 million in, total is about 21 million euro annually. By the time you convert this money to our own currency, it's giving you over 30 billion, about 37 billion annual salary for Victor Osimhen. So my question is that this Osimhen made the right choice to finally join Galatasaray on the permanent deal, Ibrahim?
Well, personally, I think it's a good deal for him because, for one, it's not just about playing in Galatasaray or playing any team at all. You want to play or probably work where you feel loved, where you think you can do maximum damage and come positively. That's what I mean. Like you said, in the last couple of years, this has been the longest, one of the most heated and debatable transfer in a long time. I think the last time we saw something like this was with Lukaku. But if we want to bring it down to Nigeria, Osazio Dewinge, that deal with West Brom and all of that. So you see that the man wants to play, and obviously I don't think he went for the money. I genuinely think he just wants to play good football, and the best place to play is in where he's loved, and he has proven himself already on loan. The highest goal scorer last season, one of the best, not one of the best attacking player in the league last season, in the country last season, and he is also looking to probably build on that. Galatasaray is coming to play in the Champions League this season, so it's not just about the money. He's currently in Europe. You will see him in Europe in the group stage in the Champions League. You see Osimhen play against the likes of Real Madrid, Manchester United, name it. So I don't think it's for the money. I genuinely believe the man just left because he wants to play football, and where else to go than a place where he's already being showered with love. So I think it's a very good deal for him.
Okay, Bon, I know you're a Man U fan, and before now you were rooting for Osimhen to move to Manchester United, and finally people see Turkish league as a second tier club, not like the English Premier League, the Serie A, the Bundesliga, the French League One, and all of that. So for Osimhen, looking at his caliber, 26 years old, former CAF Player of the Year, settling down for a club in Turkey, do you think is the right decision for him to make?
Of course, I'm a Man U fan. Maybe you're just hitting back at me that probably hitting back at me that Man U could not sign on to because after they tried to sign him with so many. Did they really go for fully out? They went to buy Biuma. End of day to me, which I don't. Maybe he's going to prove me wrong. I don't think it's worth the cash. Man U splash on him, the Cameroonian. But Osimhen go to Turkey. He had no choice. I don't know what happened. The biggest club in Europe, the Liverpool, the Arsenal refused to put their money on him, and only God knows what happened. But you want to play football where you are loved. You want to play football where you are appreciated. You want to play football where, no player want to go to a club where no matter what you'll be singled out as somebody who probably didn't give his best. Or look at what happened in Napoli. Despite the fact that he won the first starting for them in about 30-something years, they still didn't appreciate him enough. Napoli didn't win the league until 1990 until they won it to the Ocean in 2023-2024 season. And look at the way they treated him. I felt he had offered to go to Saudi, but he refused. They offered to pay him 700,000 per week, but he refused. So I don't think there was any other concrete offer that came apart from the Napoli offer. The others were not too serious, it was speculations. And then it's a right move. That's how the champion of Turkey. He's the biggest transfer so far in the Turkish football history. 75. He's earning the highest salary in Turkey. He's probably the biggest player in Turkish history. So they will play the Champions League. He can showcase his skills and
okay.
He didn't have Jordan to go there.
Okay. Again, you mentioned that he's been loved here, but again, there were speculations like we thought that Premier League clubs, and I remember John Mikel Obi and one or two Chelsea legends, were pushing hard for Osimhen to make a move to the English Premier League. But, however, reports with speculation we had was that Chelsea were not willing to break the bank to sign Osimhen, looking at his wage demand. So we also had about reports about United to not willing to break the bank to sign Osimhen. So for me, Osimhen now, maybe they would have said, okay, Osimhen come, take pay cuts, blah, 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 blah. But Osimhen, the question is, did you think Osimhen chose money over career? Because people feel that Osimhen playing in the English Premier League,
I think there is,
for instance, playing Man U or playing Chelsea, the likes of Mikel, till tomorrow, Mikel is being talked about because of he played in Chelsea.
I think there's more to that issue of Osimhen not upset. Osimhen wanted to go to Man U, right? Chelsea. Don't forget what happened last season before the transfer, before the window end. Chelsea came for him and they offered him ridiculous money, and I mean, Osimhen wasn't asking too much. He was asking more, at least a little more than 300. I don't think this is Chelsea or Man U, or those top clubs will pay this money.
Are you saying they are really interested in Osimhen? They would have paid that money to sign.
I think Osimhen had issues with his former agent.
Yeah.
I think what I saw, what we read was that agent was one that went about tarnishing his image, destroying his, talking down on him among those clubs and those agents. Did you get that? I think there is more to that story, because I don't with what Osimhen did last season, his pedigree in Italy, I see no reason why the top club in Premiership should not be willing to pay. Okay. Chelsea paid 100 for the Colombian.
Yeah,
right? And they paid 100 also, 100 plus for the Argentinian. They bought for Benfica.
But sign-on fee is different from weekly wage.
No.
That weekly wage is where the money is. Those guys you mentioned can never earn up to 200.
Was Osimhen demanding for 500? It was not demanding for 500. It was not demanding for 500.
So do you think, now what you are saying is that those guys didn't bring, the report was not genuine about what they are offering?
What I'm saying is that there was a deliberate move to tarnish or to destroy Osimhen's move to the Premiership. Somebody somewhere was probably working to cause confusion, to cause all those confusion, and make sure those deals do not materialize. Osimhen is worth playing for those clubs. Somebody that was a top scorer he scored many goals last season. 32 goals in Galatasaray.
You see, Brian, I'm going to go.
I think those moves will materialize later.
I'm going to go to you. You can't materialize because he signed 4 years. And by the time he's done there, it's 30 years. He can't play.
No, he doesn't mean he will play 4 years.
I want to ask you quickly. He was saying that if they wanted to buy Osimhen, Man U, Chelsea, even there was speculation about, in fact, Premier League club, even to the extent of Newcastle wanted to buy Osimhen. But there was a report I heard that Chelsea was willing to offer Osimhen to sign him on loan, and many people felt disrespected that that's bad. Now he's saying that we were willing to sign him, but something happened. But again, I'm looking at it. If to the Premier League clubs, offer was on the table, and at the end of the day, he went to Turkey. And so perhaps the money in Turkey is big, is huge, and for you is that you are placing priority on that money over career excellence playing in the English Premier League.
Well, so I'll take it from where you stopped, career excellence. So when we talk about career excellence, this guy has won almost practically major trophies everywhere he has played. So he's won in Italy, created a record there. He's won in Turkey, created a record there. He is the highest goal scoring foreign player in their history in the season. He is the highest goal scorer in the season. He won both trophies that they were vying for. Look at domestically in the season. It took them to, I think, quarterfinals of the UEFA Europa Cup before they lost out. So this guy has played, he's done wonderfully well. So let's go to Chelsea. I think the problem is that I'm not sure it's a matter of disrespect when it comes to the loan deal. I think what happened, the disrespect will probably come because of the wages they offered. He went on loan to Galatasaray on loan, and he performed, he proved himself. So I think if Chelsea had given him similar offer, the same one that, or a better offer that Galatasaray did, he might have probably played on loan at Chelsea last season. And probably this season we'll be talking about signing him. So the issue, I think, is when you tell a player in the caliber of Osimhen, you cannot mention top 5 attacking players in this era currently playing that you won't mention Osimhen. Give me Alan, Mbappe. Would you want? You don't even share school. Not this guy from Sporting Lisbon that is currently at Arsenal. Yes, probably Isak. But if you look at Isak's trajectory, Isak from Real Sociedad down to Newcastle has not done wonderfully well compared to what Osimhen has done.
Yes.
From in France, in Italy, now in Turkey.
Yeah, look how much Liverpool spend on a kick
from Germany.
We know that Liverpool have been very...
So I think again I feel this is my personal bias that Nigerian players generally do not get to have that pool when it comes to major transfer deals in Europe. I'm not sure you can mention 5 Nigerian players that have pool numbers the way this guy was supposed to pull that number in Chelsea. Then you look at the players that these guys were signing, Chelsea, Manchester United specifically. You have Pedro from Brighton.
Brighton, yes.
He signed for 50
million.
So they didn't look at Osimhen's side.
They didn't look at it. So I like he said, there are some reports I'm sure that are not out there that we do not know about. I genuinely feel that because he is playing Galatasaray plays in Europe. I feel he still wants to play in Europe. He still wants to be seen. If it were to be about the money, he would have probably signed for Al Hilal some weeks back. So I genuinely just believe that there are some reports that we've not seen, and probably with his agent, because there was some report about his agent too at some point. But he still wants to play in Europe. Yeah, signed for Galatasaray. Galatasaray playing the Champions League this season. We'll get to see Victor Osimhen play against the top.
I think personally, I think he will still make Osimhen will still make that move to the Premiership at the right time. He's still young, 26. In the next 2-3 years, the Premiership.
Premiership is not. If you check players who get age of 27, 28, what they offer them is 1 year, 2 years. But the talking point here is that fine, Osimhen is being loved by Gala fans. No, they see him as and that's why he broke that record. And he said, I'm happy to be here. I want to be in a place where I'm being loved. So that again could spur, his motivation, to do well. But again, I was telling someone, I said, in football, sometimes you can't guarantee that you'll be in that top form all through. So can he manage the pressure that comes with that prize? Because yes, you are scoring. Fans are they are hot and cold. You shine, fans praise you, they hail you. But now, on loan is different from permanent deal. On loan, he was not getting this money. But now he's permanent deal. So can he manage the pressure that comes with this offer? It tells me perhaps you go 2, 3, 4 matches, you have not scored goals, and you are looking at the headlines, Osimhen, blah, blah, blah. I remember the era of when Ronaldo was at Real Madrid. At a point, Ronaldo can go gaga for some matches. But the testing team, by the time he starts scoring, you can hit to 3 hat-tricks. So how can Osimhen manage that?
Let me take it from there. I think this season, last season when Osimhen went to Turkey, though he has just emerged at the highest scorer in Italy, coming to Turkey, they didn't expect him to explode like that.
And he
exploded and he was scoring for fun. I think this season, eyes will be on him. More eyes will be on him, and they will tend to mark him closely. Also, it will be more tougher for him.
Exactly.
Because the pressure will be on him to repeat what he has done last season. And don't forget the fact that Galatasaray rival Fenerbahce has done a very good has bought very good players this season. Check out the record. Mourinho is one coaching Galatasaray. They have bought some very good players this time around, and they will do well. Fenerbahce will do well this time around. Galatasaray they won the double last season.
Yes.
This time around, Mourinho was not. Mourinho was not happy. We saw after they defeated Galatasaray in the FA in the cup. Mourinho clashed with Galatasaray coach Borok. This time around, Mourinho he went to the market with annoyance and he bought some very good players. He got some players from Saudi. Some players that were in the Premiership. He went to Saudi. I think this guy from Aston Villa. This guy that was doing Duran before he went to Al Hilal. And they bought him back now. He's in Galatasaray. I think they bought about 2, 3, 4 stars. 2. They bought one player from a very good player from in Italy. So Fenerbahce was very competitive this time around. They will challenge Galatasaray for the Turkish league and the cup. So this time around, Osimhen will not find it very easy. But I'm sure the Nigerian spirit will prepare him to emerge.
Yeah, so taking it from where you stopped, I think Galatasaray has also done very well in the transfer market. Leroy Sané from Bayern Munich to Galatasaray and some host of other players, and you also see that Icardi is old. Icardi is the top 9 for Galatasaray before Osimhen joined on loan, and he is old and probably now be starting from the bench. So Osimhen is working directly into that team as their top 9, and on the side you see that guys have also done some business on the side, on the wings. So they know that they have a rival in Fenerbahce's Mourinho's Fenerbahce, and this will be the best time for the competition to eat up. We saw what happened last season, and that was the first season for Mourinho. Mourinho hardly go anywhere without winning the trophy. He didn't win any last season. So apart from Tottenham, where he had a final to win, to play, and he was sacked, this season will be very, very steam for Osimhen and for Galatasaray. I just hope that Galatasaray, while Osimhen is doing well, the team is also doing well. So it doesn't look like a case where the player is performing, but the team is not winning. You're having 3-0, 3-3 draw, 2-2 draw. Osimhen scored 2 goals, but the team is not winning.
Yeah.
So I just hope that won't be the result that we'll be seeing coming this season. But however, I genuinely believe that Osimhen is a player that can walk into any team in the world, in any country, England, Spain, name it. He has proven himself. I believe genuinely if Osimhen was to be a player from England or from Brazil or from Spain, we won't be having this conversation. You probably have been playing for Real Madrid for 2 seasons now.
Okay, fantastic. Then Osimhen, we are going deeper. Osimhen are moving to Turkey. Do you think his movement to Turkey will drive the Nigerian, fan base to begin to watch the Turkish league now, because they have their own boy playing the Turkish? Because people are believing that if Osimhen have come to Premier League, that would have increased Premier League fan base in Nigeria. So Osimhen in Turkey now fully now, will his deal now increase the fan base in Nigeria?
I think that question has already been answered. If you go on their social media platform, their numbers have more than doubled when he just went on loan.
On loan, yes.
And these jersey sales, their record jersey sales with Osimhen. So the jersey sales from Osimhen's signature and all of that, you've seen more than the record has been broken. So, and already here home base, he has friends that are very popular. That even you could see, I think their last match of the season last season, we have so many Nigerians there that went to watch him play. So the question of probably many Nigerians going to watch the Turkish league. Now you have Mourinho, you have Osimhen. The league is actually getting more attention.
I personally, I didn't watch Turkey league before, but recently I've been watching
because of Osimhen.
There. Actually, I watch it through ESPN, or I've been watching the Turkish league. Actually, when it comes to Galatasaray and Fenerbahce, other the top clubs, I've shown keen interest in watching the Turkish league. I think he's going to his movement. Galatasaray will also help him propelling that league, that Turkish league up. There have been interest, even across the globe, not only in Nigeria, across the globe. Turkish league will become more. It's a good buyer for Gala, and it's actually helping.
I actually genuinely also believe that Turkey is now moving the way Saudi has moved in the last couple of years. We now have more popular players going to Turkey. Tammy Abraham played for Chelsea, played for Roma, AC Milan. Is now in Turkey. You have Icardi in Turkey. Besiktas has some players that you and I.
But some of these players are not top tier.
But they've played where you and I have seen them: English League, Spanish La Liga, Italian Serie A. Fred has played for Manchester United.
It's about money. Who's sponsoring? It's about you can only attract good players to the league when you have money.
So I think
there was a time that China had investment. China,
yes.
all of them are going to China, but that money, if they couldn't sustain, the money finished.
Okay.
And now Saudi Arabia.
Wow. If we continue like this, we might end up spending 2 hours on this. We are super excited that our own person, Victor Osimhen, they call him the Jaya himself. At least he's now relaxed, he's now composed, looking ahead for the start of the season. And for Nigerians, we are wishing him all the best. He had a sterling loan stint at Gala, and I'm sure he has gotten used to the system, the weather, the food, whatever. So I'm sure he's ready to roll. And for the Gala fans, congratulations. We hope you guys, win the trophy, more trophies this season. And with Mohio there, it's going to be tough. This is all we can bring to you in today's show of BDTV Match Center. Ibrahim, I say thank you for coming. And my own person, Inobon, so sad he didn't go to Man U. Well, we are
about to
We'll
give him a Galatasaray jersey.
We'll give you a Galatasaray jersey. Exactly. So, thank you so much. See you next week. Bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello viewers, welcome to another exciting edition of the BD Extra Show on BDTV. My name is Anthony Uduba. Today we are having a guest here who's a seasoned professional in the music business. Welcome, Mr. Brown Marvin.
Hey, thank you so much for having me.
Hi, it's nice to get to meet you again.
Well, it's a pleasure, my brother.
Yeah, so how has it been? How's it been so far?
Everything's been cool.
Yeah.
We thank God.
Yes.
Everything's been okay.
Yeah, you know, from short story, like we met a couple of days ago and we're rebuttaling on, you know, the music business and all of that. And I'm like, this guy needs to be here. He needs to educate us.
Yeah, it's crazy how we met at that event a few days ago.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it. So we're here today to talk about this.
Yeah, thank you so much for, you know, for honoring our invites.
Well, it's a pleasure. We always show up.
So let's talk about you. You are a seasoned professional in the music business, and you are a producer at Sound City.
Yes.
One of Africa's most illustrious entertainment platform. And over the years, you've been in the music business for almost 10 years or more.
Yes, please.
And so tell us about your journey, how you started. You discussed something about being in Trace before. So just tell us a trajectory of your career in the music business so far, so our audience gets to know.
Okay, everything started, this is like about 2018, yes, 2017, 2018. Back then, when I used to be in Cameroon, it's just crazy because I used to work with this radio station called Nostalgie. Nostalgie was like a French radio station that was actually built in Cameroon. So from there, I actually left Nostalgie to Trace when Trace came into Africa newly, and that was in Cameroon. So I started with Trace Africa. I was like one of the youngest, TV producers, cinematographers. Back then, it was crazy.
What age, sorry?
I was about, I think, that was like 17, 18 years old. Wow. I was really young.
Wow.
Just a young graduate that, just left the university and, was trying to, put ends together. But I was really good. I was really very good in what I was doing, because when I was young, I always wanted to be, that TV guy, So the passion was always there. So I started with Nostalgia. After Nostalgia, I went to Trace when Trace just fully came in. Yeah, I worked with Trace for a couple of years where I collaborated with a lot of artists. It's not even like I can start naming. There are a lot of them, a lot of them. Then after that, I had to relocate back to Nigeria, early years of 2019, where I started working with my current office now, Sound City TV. And from Sound City, that's where another chapter of progression came in, because at Sound City, that was a period where the Afrobeat, was actually having a hype.
Yeah.
Collaborating with artists like P Square, Wizkid on their shows, on their events. It was really a great one. So it's just like, it's a process. It's been a process. I can't narrate everything because it's been a journey.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So let's rebuttal on, you just mentioned P Square and Wizkid. So tell us, how was it like working, because you're a associate producer for a number of shows and all
Yes.
that, and while we were discussing, you mentioned about Wizkid made in Lagos.
Yes.
So please tell us what it was like working as an associate producer.
Okay, working as an associate producer, Wizkid Made in Lagos was like an event put together by Sound City, Sound City TV, which Wizkid was like the headline artist. That event, I'm gonna say that's one of the craziest events that we've really had in Nigeria, because it was really crazy. The population, the number of people that came for that event, it was really, really crazy. So as an associate producer, what you do more is like, make sure that the events, the venue, the cameras, everything, it's actually well set for production. Then also the calls for the upcoming artists that are going to like open, the shows, and just making sure that everything, works out well in the realm of the production.
So while doing that, you work basically with the management of these artists?
Sure, these are events that were organized by Sound City, which is the company where I work with.
Okay.
So it means the management, we already like have some kind of communications with them.
So we need to know, what are the things that are being looked into when in live shows? There's a lot that happens behind the scenes in live events.
Yes.
Please tell us what it is like when you are in discussions pre-events, during the event, and basically post-event. What is it like for you? Like, what has the conversation been like, and what's this business like?
The most important thing when you actually first of all think of an event is the venue.
Okay.
You should be sure that your venue is ready. Then after the venue, you should be thinking also of like a headline artist. Headline artist who can actually pull up, a massive crowd, which that was the whole original idea of the Wizkid meeting, because at that period in time, Wizkid was that artist who was actually giving it, very hot internationally, and he was one of the biggest artists back then. So having Wizkid to headline that kind of a show, it was really not too much to put, like when it comes to in terms of communication or personal message, because this guy already was someone that once you just do a little publicity of that kind of event, automatically his fans are ready millions of people are ready to attend. As I'm saying, this show was one of the most craziest shows. Like the populations, it was crazy. It was crazy. So everything, when it comes to putting on the event together, the venue has to be ready, making sure that the team, everybody, the camera people, the locations, the lights. So generally, it's just making sure that everything is set for the day of the shoot.
So let's talk about the cost of promoting artists when it comes to live events. What is it like in the Nigerian music space? How is it like what's the cost like in organizing events, promoting, and also the venue? As you said, you mentioned the venue is also part of it. What's the cost?
Looking at promoting an event or promoting an artist for a live event in Nigeria, cost-wise is really very expensive, because if you're looking at an event that is going to sell, you should be looking at a venue that is accessible. That's the most important thing, because if your choice of venue is very, very important. If the venue is somewhere where people it'll be difficult for people to access, that's already a problem. Secondly, when it comes to who is actually lining the show, is it an artist who has some kind of fan base, or is it an artist who is still like upcoming? Because nowadays it's very expensive to actually put events or live performances out there, because not every artist who is probably an upcoming or who doesn't have a record label, you can't just wake up one morning and say you want to put on a live event, because it's a lot of money when it comes to getting the locations, getting the right equipment, the sound, and also the cameras or the media that is going to come and cover the event. It goes into a lot of costs. It's not something that you just wake up one morning and say you want to start doing. You should be sure that you have partners. You should be sure that you have sponsors that will come and at least help you with the funds, so you can actually be able to put up a show.
So we're talking about this, and the likes of Wizkid, Burna Boy, Rema, they're all having events outside of the country, and they are our boys, they are our people. But we are not seeing that sort of energy in the summer. It's summertime. A lot of people are trying to get their groove on and going for concerts, going for festivals and all of that. We don't have that here in Nigeria. Basically, we only have that towards the end of the year.
Towards the end of the year.
The dirty December-ish, which has tried to be like a form of a culture now. We're taking it seriously right now. But if I would say for the younger artists, for the upcoming artists, what can be done for these people to maximize, when there's an absence of big artists who cannot perform during the summer, or who might not even see that kind of buzz during the dirty December period? What do you think can be done in terms of having the younger or the upcoming artists or the emerging artists? How can they leverage all of this, and how can producers also help?
For instance, I'm going to get this. You see, right now, Afrobeat has gone so big that our artists are very expensive. That's one thing. It's very difficult to get an artist right now to headline an event, because once you call the artist for an event or whatever, the kind of prizes, the kind of money that they're calling, it's not everybody that can actually pay, that kind of funds. And also looking at the economy of a country and everything, people really don't invest into things like that again. So they just wait for some kind of particular moment when they know that a lot of people, like for instance, the December period is the best period, because a lot of people are coming in for the date of December. That's when you see a lot of shows coming back to back. And that's the problem, because if the artists are not being able to bring down their prices, it's going to be very difficult. The upcoming ones, every business person who wants to do an event is to make money. So there's no way I'm going to invest so much money into an event that I'm not going to make it back. Because when it comes to putting an event together, you need to, as I said, location. You need to have a whole full team that's working. You need to have the media come. You need to do publicity. And you have to pay the artist. So if the artist is asking you $1 million, are you sure you're going to get back that $1 million? That's the thing. So show promoters right now are in some kind of situation where they can't actually, pay this kind of money, because the actors are demanding so much. And also, you will want to do a show with an artist that can make, bring back, let it be rentable. You're not doing a show with an artist that you wouldn't be able to sell tickets. Like, few events have come up and they've not happened because tickets were not sold or sponsors have pulled out. So if you are looking to put in a show now, you are thinking twice. It's not something that you just stand and say, hey, I want to do a show and I want to put in actors together. You should be able to also sell the venues. Out there, those people that have the culture of paying actors because they have the money. But now the industry is not the way we see, like the way we feel. For instance, you will see artists nowadays making millions of streams online, but they are not making money. They are not making money. Like if you look at Spotify or the other app, music distribution, Apple Music and everything, for an artist in Nigeria to have about 1 million streams, he gets back just $300, which is no money. So if he can make that kind of money from Nigeria, what's his target? Cross-marketing, looking at, international. That's why you see all our big celebrities, all our big actors are out there, from the likes of Burna, from the likes of David, Wizkid. You can name them. They are out there back to back, giving big shows there, because those people that have the budget, they have the money that actually, can actually do those kind of levels of events back to back. But in Africa, how many show promoters can really say, okay, I'm gonna pay you 500 million, I'm gonna pay this person 500 million, I'm gonna pay. And at the end of the day, you make that money back. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. So, yeah.
So what the challenge basically is, they are not sure these artists can pull in the numbers that they need to recoup the money that they're going to spend on this artist and all
on this event. Because at the end of the day, I've seen a lot of show promoters get into some kind of situation, like probably depressed after a show, because they've not really they've invested so much money, they've invested so much money that at the end of the day, I worked on this production. I'm not really going to call the name of the show producer, where this man, he spent about $2 million when it comes to, he spent about $2 million when it comes to, headlining actors. We had big names on that event. I'm not going to call it like, it's going to be like an anonymous thing. We got big headliners, but at the end of the day, he was kind of depressed. He couldn't actually smile like for about a week, because for him it was like, how will I put so much money and I can get it back? That was because the show, not everybody has that money. For instance, if you say a Wizkid is doing an event where the tickets starts from probably $1 million, depending on the tables, and let's say the normal regular tickets is about 50K or 30K, 25K. Well, some people can afford it, but not everybody, because looking also at the economy right now, things are really kind of tight. So it's going to be very difficult for you to actually get, and if you want to do that kind of event, that kind of live performance with an A-list artist, you should be looking at a good location. And when you look at a good location, a specific location, you're looking at how much. It's a lot of money, like probably Eco Convention Center, or are you looking at Eco Atlantic? Or so when you start naming those locations, those are not cheap locations. Those are locations for headliners. So if you are sure that you're gonna like pull in that kind of location, and the sponsors are gonna come in, and at the end of the day, every person that comes to actually push or sponsor an event is because he needs to gain something from it. But at the end of the day, if he doesn't get back what he's putting in, it becomes a whole issue. So it's very crazy. We should look in at probably the actors, they can be affordable so that we can have a lot of events coming up in the country, because, well, it's a good thing you guys are, putting stadiums, like, big halls out there. But when it comes back to your country, it becomes a whole big issue because the fans can't afford. You understand? The fans, they can't afford it. They can't.
So because I key with you on that, because last year we had shows, ranging from 150K to 200K, and we have like the kind of some people don't afford the table.
Definitely, some people will not. Some people can't afford those kind of tickets. It's terrible, because that's the thing. You don't know how much the show promoter, the event promoter, has paid the headline artist. You don't know. The only thing that most times saves them is that there are a lot of artists, coming out from the industry right now. A lot of them can be available to open you know, the shows and everything. So it's kind of like, but still, are you sure that you're gonna make back the money? So why don't you wait for a specific period where you know that by this time the country is gonna be, you know, there's gonna be a lot of people coming in. That's gonna be like the easiest way for you to, you know, maximize it, because there's a lot of funds coming into the country. There are a lot of people coming into the country who will be ready to pay
those kind of
whatsoever to attend those kind of, you know, events.
Now let's talk about music management. I see you've brought into music management for a while now.
Yes.
So can you briefly tell us how it's been for you personally before we now move into the business of music management? So how has it been?
Okay, for me personally, when I actually started working with actors in the term as a media attaché, at some point in time, I felt like, okay, I shouldn't just be involved in the media aspect. I should also involve myself into management because from the periods of time that I've been with the actors, I've learned a lot of things, a lot of skills in management. And I also decide now to become a talent manager. So most times I can listen to an artist and I feel like, oh, this artist is promising.
Okay.
And I can, you know, get in touch with the artist. Most times they get in touch with me to actually help them on their projects, if probably they're dropping their projects. And in a conversation, you can just chip in like, hey, okay, I'm looking for a manager and I want you, and yeah, fine. If I'm free to actually, you know, work with you as a manager, then fine. If I'm not free, then I'll probably, you know, tell you that I have so and so person you can actually reach out to work with. But personally, I've worked with promising actors. Her name is Jola Music. She is a very great, very great actress. Even though it's still been the process of, you know, making her get to some kind of level, but yeah, she's doing very well in the market, in the business.
Yeah, so let's quickly move to what is trending in the Nigerian music space.
Yes.
Going to the top albums, you know, on the Nigerian charts, and we do used to turntable charts. They're very credible, reliable people in terms of data. And this is what we kind of lacking in the industry. You know, the lack of data has made us to forget history.
History, sure.
So you know, getting this data, available data, tells us a lot about what new guys in town and what they're trying to do to make us you know, out there better. And we have the likes of Olamide. Olamide's album, according to turntable data, did 13,000 album units during the week in 2020 and all that. So what is your thoughts about the album?
Man, this album, I'm gonna say this album is sick. I was opportune to be there at the listening party, the release.
Wow.
So it was a moment of you know, getting to listen to good music.
I think the album party was like a moment in itself.
It was a moment. The caliber of people who were there, you know, the music industry and the media, it was really crazy. Like, Olamide has never disappointed. Like, that's someone that I know that he's very good in managing artists, putting them together as a record label boss. And he is also super good in making music in a row. So this album, I give it a 10 over 10.
Wow.
To be honest. To be honest, I give it a 10 over 10.
Wow. So we have like the likes of Shako Deluxe and did 3,000 album units. It's number 3 on the album list in Nigeria. We have the likes of Davido's 5, you know, on 4th. Let's talk about Davido's 5.
Davido's 5, man. I was really opportune as well when he was wanting to drop the album. Before he even came out, we were opportune because he came into the studio and we had like a chat, and you know, he made us listen to the album. And bro, David is David. You know, David is that kind of person that any kind of sound he actually falls in. I don't know how to explain it, but this guy has something that any kind of music, any kind of collaboration, he kills it. From the collaboration with Omale, that's the biggest track that we have right now in Africa. No Cap. to the one he did with Victoria Monet. So David is someone that has always, been in that top level. And him being for more than a decade, he's still giving us back to back. So for me, that album is crazy. I also give it a 10 over 10.
Wow.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
Awuke to me is like my best song in the album. I don't know why. I don't know. Like
Awuke is a good track. It's a very good track, but I feel he would have actually done better. Yeah, he would have actually done better.
Yeah, so the reason why I say it's a good track is basically because as we discussed the day we met, I told you something about Nigerian music not having enough. There's no danceable songs like
sure.
In the late 90s and the early 2000s, where there was always a dance pattern to each
track
song that comes out here. But not now. It's like vibe. Yeah, the music is good.
You're just vibing, but it's not like danceable.
It's not like danceable, and there's no. So Davido on his previous album was trying to do this whole. Let's get a dance for this particular hit song, and it's a strategic move by Davido. Now in the social media space, when you post these things online, everybody wants to copy along. Then you now give maybe a trend or maybe a task to what are you calling them to the fans and say, oh, let's do this a challenge, challenge. So we can do like an Awuke challenge and say, okay, let's do this, and your song is going up on different platforms. TikTok.
The more you do the contents,
exactly. So basically, I think that's what it is. That's what makes that song a good one for me. We have Uncle K Lemon Case. They did 2,500 album units during the week. We had Children of Africa EP. Please tell us about this album by Sheyi Vibes. What's
Sheyi Vibes, this guy, that's also one person who doesn't disappoint. Sheyi has actually had an ascension, which he has kept it original, the street vibe, making sure that he gives. The album didn't have a lot of hit tracks, but there are a couple of tracks that actually, stood out to that Sheyi Vibes. And this is Sheyi Vibes. You understand? So Sheyi is someone who is. He's good. He's on that level where sometimes he goes down and sometimes he comes up.
I think in this album he went a little bit slow on this album.
Yeah, he went.
A couple of songs that I'm like, I might listen to Sheyi Vibes.
Well, that's the good thing. Most times when you work with international records or you have management, they will always want you to actually do something different from what you always. It's a good thing. An artist has to be versatile. An artist doesn't have to always, be in a one direction where everybody knows that you have to bring in something new. That's when people respect you as a whole round artist. So that was Sheyi Vibes, just bringing us another side of him that we couldn't actually, expect. Yeah.
So moving on. We have The Machine Is Coming by
Big Kala.
So tell us about the whole thing with Big Kala and Odumodu Black, really, and Black Bones. What's it about?
Well. For me, as an industry person, I'll always say that all this backlash thing. Well, we know it's the push music.
Okay.
Because there's no way. You guys did a track, like, it's not even how long. Wow. And where is the beef coming from?
Yeah.
I don't understand. Are you just trying to do something that you're going to be on the headlines where people are going to Big Kala, and you're announcing, just tell us that you're announcing your project.
Exactly.
Let's know that you're announcing your project.
Yeah, and he said something
about... You guys should stop telling us about, like, the beef and what's the beef? There's no beef. I just know that it's a strategy to push an upcoming project.
And he also mentioned something about like his the hip hop genre and how his song Declan Rice was in the past 20 years was the biggest song, or the song with the cultural appeal
that brought the hip hop music back. Well, I agree with him, but not 100%. Declan Rice really brought that hip-hop thing back, but not like the way he's saying it. It was a very great track. that had a lot of international appraisal, and which was a good thing for him because he's been in the industry for a long time. Some people don't even know Odumodu has been for a long time. So that track was also like a revelation for him, bringing him out there, you know, making people know that there's this guy, Odumodu Dikala.
Yeah, but going back to the years, we see that there are some songs, because when you talk about the cultural relevance and cultural appeal to people locally, I feel like there are some other sounds or songs that have come before it and say, oh, this song basically ruled at the time. Like,
definitely, that's why I said Declan Rice was a good track at some level, but not as he is saying that it changed hip hop. No. It's not possible.
So let's look at Mariah, which comes in next. He had like 1,900 album units during the week. What do you think about the album so far? Like, it's a long time it's out, but then again, it's still doing numbers.
Well, it's not like a bad blood, but for me, I feel like Wizkid, Mariah, when he dropped it, it was something that actually, I didn't actually feel this album for me. Personally, I didn't feel Mariah. I didn't actually feel it. The fact I was actually waiting for something more special from what, you know, the hype that he actually, you know, putting out the album. I didn't even listen to, till today, I've not listened to the album.
Whole album?
Yeah, the complete album.
Lungu Boy also did like the same numbers too. What do you think about Lungu Boy?
Oh, Lungu Boy.
By Ashake.
By Ashake. Well, Ashake has actually gotten some kind of decline from where we know Ashake like 2 years ago. He has always been in that position. Probably, I don't know, probably it's because of a change of management or it's probably the new management are really not doing it the way they have to do it. But Lungu Boy hasn't, for me, I'm not moved. I'm not moved by the numbers that he is pulling right now because this guy could pull more than this.
Yeah.
We know that Ashake, he was a cultural phenomenon like 2 years ago.
Yeah.
He could pull 3 times this. So I just see a decline from Ashake's side.
So let me bring Rema into this conversation because I think he had a show recently and during the show he brought in like the 3 mannequins that had the Burna Boy, Davido, Wizkid, and he's calling himself like the
big
part
four.
of the big four. And you know, this is a conversation that people talk about. So let me hear from your own point. At least I need to hear from your own point of view what you think about his claim about the big four, because his numbers are actually good, if you ask me.
Well, for the numbers, Rema is a superb talented artist. Like, give him his flowers. Give Rema his flowers. For that, we can't actually dispute it. But Rema calling himself a big four, he's not yet. Because it's impact. Do you understand? When we talk about the big 3, David, Wizkid, Burna, these are people who have impacted. Do you understand? Their impact is very visible. Rema, for me, he has had a lot of international, you know, breakthrough tracks. He's been doing super good with the massive work that Mavins is putting behind his projects and everything. You know, I was opportune to have like a one-on-one talk with Tega some time ago where he was actually showing us the kind of budgets that they put behind, you know, artists like Arista and Rema to get them to that level. It's crazy.
Is it getting into billions of naira?
It's more than billions. We're talking about millions of dollars.
Wow.
So this is not something, but for Rema to call himself a big four, he's not yet. He's not yet at that level to call himself a big four. He still has a long way to go. These guys have been in the industry for decades. So we've seen what they've done. There's no year that an artist like David or Wizkid or Burna has not given us a project that speaks very loud. So if you want to call yourself a big four, you should be able to, get to that level. He's big internationally wise, but now what is a Rema can't actually pull some kind of, it's not crowd, but someone like Rema, he hasn't gotten to that level yet that we can call him a big four.
Yeah, but
there are a lot of artists like, then what are you going to say about artists like Olamide?
Yeah, Olamide is gold standard.
Olamide it's not even someone that we should even be trying to say he's even a big four, a big five, or big. Do you understand? There are a lot of artists that are are doing very good from about a decade right now. Where are you gonna put them? Are you gonna what are you gonna say about Wande Cole? Where are you gonna put him? So those are artists that have gotten to some kind of realm that very big in the Latina. Like, she's a billionaire right now.
Yeah.
That's to tell you how super big she is out there.
And her fan base.
And her fan base. So if you don't have that kind of actors, if he didn't have that kind of actors like Selena on his Countdown remix, I'm not sure that Countdown remix would have given him those billions of streams that he had. So that was already the impact, and that was where Countdown was that track that brought Rema from the level where he was as a superstar to where he is right now. From that track, he exploded. That was one of the biggest tracks sometime in the world, where everywhere in India, in every continent, Australia, everybody was crazy about that track. But now the impact, who was that person? Selena Gomez. She was that person that gave that impact, that leverage to that song to get super big because of her fan base. And the Latinas, they don't play. Those people, they're pulling in crazy numbers when it comes to their state.
You see what Bad Bunny is doing?
Sure.
Yeah.
So when you look at those kind of artists, when you collaborate with those kind of artists, what are you expecting? The turnout will be massive. So once you have that kind of massive turnout, it means it increases your popularity, it increases your aura, it increases a lot of things. So what do? What you do now is to try and meet up. After that, which of his tracks has given you that kind of numbers again? So that's when you see, oh, that's an artist who had an opportunity to have someone to impact, a song he did to bring him to some kind of levels. Because only that track alone, he did a lot of shows around the world. He even went to India.
Yeah.
He pulled out a crazy crowd because of that track alone. So if it wasn't that track, he wouldn't actually be going, those kind of places to pull those kind of millions of crowds that he was pulling. So that's the impact. You need to be an artist that you've impacted the people. You've had a fan base. How many people are the Rivers? How many people are the Rivers? Like his fan base, they call them the Rivers. How many of them are they? But if you want to call the FC, you know it. Yeah. If you want to call the 30 BG, you know it. So that's it. You need to already have that kind of level where you will call yourself, once you get to that point, it's going to be very obvious. Nobody's going to dispute it. When you see you've gotten to that level where you are a big four, we say yes, you are.
Yeah. So the time is running fast spent now, but I need to ask you about what do you think this industry needs, to further. This is the final question actually. So what do you think the industry needs right away, from basically a policy side point of view to just to get investments back into the country in mass? So what do you think from the government side or from private investors? Do you think private and government should come together? What is your own take on the industry going forward?
Well, the industry, I really don't think the government even needs to come into the industry. Like, the music industry has been sustaining the country, entertainment in general. That's what has been sustaining the country. Like, for instance, the numbers are very clear. Look at what the kind of money that dated December, just a December period. Look at the kind of budget that the like Lagos State alone had for 30 December. So you see that the music industry, the entertainment industry in the whole doesn't even need the government. They don't need the government because it's a very lucrative industry. There's a lot of money in music. There's a lot of money in entertainment. So the stakeholders, they just need to make sure that we have a lot of these events, probably, talking to the actors, to making them understand that they can try and, bring down their prices for bookings because it's crazy. Right now, you see there's a decline from the Afrobeat because a lot of Nigerian actors don't get booked again because of how much they charge for bookings. So it's just that part for me that I feel like, the stakeholders and music stakeholders can be able to educate the actors on trying to be affordable, because the more they're affordable, the more we have a lot of events happening, and the more we make money. The more the state will make money, the more the artists will make money, the more the show promoters will make money, the more the media as well will make money because they're gonna have content to put out there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's really amazing to speak with you because it's like I'm taking it in. I'm like, oh, I'm the government. I need to go do this right now. Or I'm a private investor. I need to go do this right now. But so definitely, I feel this is what you said about that is something that needs to be put in place. There've been a lot of controversies about how we don't get enough shows anymore because that's where the money is, apart from streaming.
That's where the money is.
Yeah, we don't know exactly.
Because if you are not actually directing your music, like cross-marketing your music, for instance, as I said, if you have 1 million Nigerian artists, for him to have 1 million streams on Spotify, he gets just $300. That's no money. So now, if you're making that kind of small money and you're not getting shows, how are you gonna make money? You can't actually get to any point in your life as an artist. So we need to make sure that there's little things, like we need to have a lot of shows coming up. But now, the shows are gonna come if we have good headliners, because the fans are gonna go out because they're going out for a particular artist who is actually, making buzz. They wanna go for those shows. But now, how are they gonna go if the tickets are expensive? The show promoter wants to make his money back. That becomes a whole big issue. So are we gonna wait till December before we should be able to have back-to-back events, which is not even gonna be for us because this is gonna be for those people who are coming from outside because they can afford them.
But we can't.
But we, the people that consume the music every day, can we afford those shows? I'm not sure.
Well, it's a lesson for everybody and all that, and this is why we have shows like this to help people to understand where we are at not just about the whole vibe of music, but about the business of it and where and what we can do to make it lucrative, to make it good. And thank you so much, Brown, for coming to our studios today to help us.
It's a pleasure. Yeah. It's a pleasure, Anthony.
Yeah. So I would like to have you here again so we can talk more, because I know that there are more from where this came from.
Sure, definitely. There's a lot of topics that we can really touch.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Yeah. And to our viewers, thank you for sticking with us, and definitely would like to get to know your views, comments, like, share, and just do what you do as fans of Business Day TV. Thank you so much for watching. This is where we end the show. Goodbye.